delving deep into the secrets underneath Renan's folly. You found in one room several non-adamantine metal plates that had been crudely forged to the floor. You decided to rip these up, revealing a large pit, at the bottom of which was a huge creature made of what looked to be spiky pieces of scrap adamantine. And it was not happy to see you. It did, in the course of that battle, climb its way out, sticking both Freeman and Stone Soup onto its shoulders like particularly macabre pauldrons. In one last desperate act, it began to drain the life force from Stone Soup and Freeman to sustain itself in the fight, eventually turning Freeman to ash. But you did eventually prevail, and upon collecting Freeman's junk and some of his ash, you made your way out of the dungeon. Discovering it to be 600 feet in the air, you effected a landing of sorts. Lithio breaking it, if as it were.
Yeah, litho breaking.
But you dug your way out, and seeing no better alternative, you headed east to the coast. You made your way to the coast of the Baraloa Cape on the eastern shores of the Evrevia Empire. There you made a sending to the captain of the Glorioso, and he told you that it would take him 2 days to meet you in the fortified city of Tamaway, which is about a day, day and a half day's journey south along the coast. While coming to this camping spot, you did spot to the north the alpine forested mountain of Ironhold Zaire and a small village about 6 miles distance before the beginning of the forest. As you camped off the road on the coastline, snow began to fall, as it is mid-autumn, and morning came, and you found yourselves covered in about a foot of snow. But you successfully took your long rest. You dug yourselves out and begun to make yourselves breakfast. What's everyone's passive perception?
17.
But
15.
You guys should also update your Discord names.
Oh, yeah.
As you're doing that, you would hear it first, Lucina, but then the other people would hear it. You hear this high-pitched noise coming from the west, which is the direction of the road. And you can hear it coming closer and closer to you. And it sounds like
Our white dome inside of a hole we dug is still pretty concealed, right?
it has expired. This is after your long rest. It only lasts 8 hours.
Right. Okay, but we still have our hole.
You still have the hole left, the crater in the snow, but the dome itself is gone.
All right, I'm gonna use that winter wolf pelt, kind of putting that over my head and gonna peer over the side.
Okay.
All tactical like.
Yeah. As you look up, kind of over that edge, you can see what looks to be a trough in the snow slowly making its way towards you. And every so often, kind of corresponding with the heh sound, you see like a glimmer of like a reflective light. Like something's shiny, reflecting light as it kind of pops up a bit. And you realize it looks to be some small creature kind of hopping through the snow, making its way towards you guys.
Sounds like a gnome.
So it's currently about 30 feet away. Getting closer.
Does shape water work on snow?
No.
Okay. You know what? I'll just start digging a channel for whatever this thing is to get into.
Okay.
No sense being rude.
What are you using to dig the channel?
My adamantine hand shovel.
All right. Well, I didn't know if you were using like a spell or something that you had that would affect snow. So you're physically like kind of tunneling towards it.
Yes.
All right. And as you get closer, you hear hey, hey, and then it kind of breaks through, and almost just kind of hits your shin. And as this odd-looking metallic creature looks up at you, you can see that this creature looks to be a shiny metal tube, about an inch in diameter and about 5 inches long. The one end of which you can see it looks like red wax has been kind of poured over it as if to seal the end. A little bit of it dribbling down the side, and it has similarly shiny metal arms and legs. And when it looks up at you, and, as much as you can tell, as it kind of like tilts back as if taking you all in. It just makes a noise like "ha ha," and then it just starts pointing at the red wax repeatedly with its right arm. Just kind of keep pointing at it while pointing it at you.
I go to open it up.
Somebody built a pipe bomb with legs.
How to kill the party. Make a cute thing holding a scroll of fireball.
It's a pipe bomb. Yay!
Yeah, exactly.
So you pick it up?
I was going to say I just pop open the end, but yeah, sure.
Well, to do so, you probably want to pick it up, because otherwise you're basically working at ground level.
Fair enough.
It does not resist when you pick it up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, and you break the seal. It was just like a sealed up cork. And inside, you can see what looks to be a piece of parchment. Wrapped around, as you kind of look there, a more central item. Kind of like a light brown in color. Do you slide it out?
No, I detect magic.
There is no magic. Well, the creature itself is emanating transmutation magic, but the inside of the tube, the parchment and the brown item that it's wrapped around, is not magical.
Mm-hmm. All right, I unfurl the paper and looking upon it and the brown thing it's wrapped around.
So you unfurl the parchment. You can see that it looks to be a letter. Also with it was a rather familiar looking, though this one appears to be uncut and unburned, cigar. The letter is written in common.
I pray that the weather finds you well today. Blah, blah, blah. I prepared explosive runes today. What the fuck?
That's the contents of the letter.
No, the first thing I read was the last line.
I had a feeling that's why he was trying to do that.
Okay. So he was trying to do some politics.
I know,
shit.
that's what I was thinking, but because of the turn order, Friedman went down in the first turn and didn't get to speak.
Yeah.
It was so funny.
Okay, well, at this point, we're already wanted, so there's no reason why he would try another honeypot. which means that this guy actually wasn't a honeypot in the first place. He was just,
Yeah.
I don't think there's a word
Yeah.
for what he is, but
Oh no, I'd still want to take his
Bastard,
word
maybe,
for it,
but-
but
So
scoundrel.
you have something very important in this letter. If it's true, his name.
Hmm.
Sending.
well, guys, far be it from me to not have an appropriate response to this, but you said this is tundra, right? Under
Mm,
in general, we're kind of in a tundra type area.
So by the coast, it's not tundra. It's not permafrost here. The tundra begins actually to the west of you. But you would have to
Right.
go about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 60 miles inland from the Cape.
Well, I
And it
won't,
would
I
turn
won't let
into
the
tundra.
logistics of that get in my way. Look, if he's saying death to the false emperor,
I don't know. I like this guy all of a sudden.
40k, I'm a diehard loyalist. Here, I'm kind of feeling death to the false emperor.
Well, considering all the awful shit that was done to us in the name of the Emperor, I'm thinking this Emperor might not be a great guy.
Really?
Also, he's got, like, secret police and stuff. Sounds kind of bad.
You know, I'm saying this totally out of character, by the way. Wouldn't it be really sneaky if Underdark was just recycling his notes from the last campaign with the last person trying to overthrow a country whom we killed?
Or are we recreating the Concerned Citizens, whatever it was called?
The Concerned Citizens
Council of
Arkansas-
Concerned Citizens.
The Council of Concerned Citizens.
I'm sorry. With this, the parallel is just too great for me to resist.
I gotta say that
Hey, adventurers! Would you like to overthrow tyranny? Yes, but we suspect you're just as bad.
Council of Concerned Citizens suggests like the worst type of like militant political activism, which is you've militarized your HOA.
I mean, you were not wrong about them.
Ah, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
I guess an Arcazar would be a Two Motors Association. They really care about their long-term property values, and I mean like long-term.
Well, yeah, this would rather explain some stuff.
Yeah, this does make it clear why he did all that stuff when we first got here. The inn where we first met. Okay. Well, do we want to go and get Freeman back and then do that?
Do you think it'd be possible to do it around here?
Well, we weren't far, right? I'm struggling to remember geography.
Well, sort
Oh,
of.
you're talking about getting him true resurrection.
Yeah.
This country has like churches in it, right? Where we could get that service provided.
I mean, you think in a major city you might be able to find such things.
Hmm.
As for your known geography, you guys are at the red dot.
Right.
We we may have been trying to go to an area just a little bit south of there, but due to apparently Freeman having a trick compass in his pocket, we were thrown off a little bit.
One for them to find, one for you to keep.
Except that they're both trick compasses, just with different ways.
Okay, so the town where we met him at that inn, that was that Chikoja?
One of the ones between Yolo and Tamway.
Yeah. Wait, where's Yolo? I'm not seeing it. Oh,
Yolo
Koja.
Koja.
Yeah.
So I think that's where we.
I think it was Chikoja. However, it might be easier to go to Yolo Koja. So maybe we should head that way.
Hold on. Does Stein have a sending?
He should be able to just straight cast. I don't think he. There was spell scrolls.
I think I do.
Yeah, because that's how you can't contact the ship captain. We didn't have a spell scroll for that.
Yes. We had a spell scroll for it though, but I do have sending.
All right. Well, we got to handle some sendings. Namely with our captain and with this guy. Does it look like the tube is waiting for a response?
No, it's just kind of sitting there limply in your hand.
It's like a
Does it have
metal
a
carrier
face?
pigeon.
No, it does not have a face.
Some wizards use owls, others use cigar tubes.
I'm going to take some ink out of Freeman's backpack and put a little face on it.
Okay. The ink begins to run as it looks like this appears to be like just like a metallic tube that was animated.
Shucks.
Like there's nothing for the ink to grab onto. Ink doesn't, like normal iron galling doesn't really work well on metal.
Fiddlesticks. Oh well, I clean it off. And I put it in my backpack.
Okay. Yeah, when you put it in, kind of close it up, you just hear, wee-hee!
Well, let's see.
And then you hear clink, 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 clink as it begins rifling through the stuff in your backpack.
Alrighty. Yeah, okay, so we'll have to send a sending to the captain. And then we'll have to head over to the town.
But which town?
I think it was by Yola Koja.
Well, Chikoja is the other way. If that is what it is.
Because we went Tamaway, then Dinka, Yola Koja,
Chikoja.
and then I believe from there that's where we wait, no, sorry, I'm not looking at you. Fuck, what's that one south of the red dot?
Chikoja.
Okay, yeah, so I think it was we got to Yola Koja and then cut over to Renan's Folly. Sorry, I'm trying to reconcile like the mental image I had of descriptions with the map.
Oh wait, we're at the red dot.
You're at the
No,
red
that's
dot
where we
right
are
now.
Oh well, then we should just go back to Tamway.
When you first arrived, you would have remembered you arrived in Tamoy, which is a large city. It's over 20,000 people, and you followed the road west.
Yep.
Where you first ran into Mustafa, though you didn't know that's what his name was at the time, was at an inn in Kotiala, just to the northeast of Yolokoja. And from there you followed the road through Yolokoja, through the fortress of Kaba, and down into the heart of the empire to Kakut.
Alright, well in that case we should go to Yolokoja and then double back to Kodiala after we have Fremont.
Is that what you do?
Opinions on this plan?
Friedman turns over in his grave.
Is Lucina here?
I am here. Sorry, I was digging through my notes. Could you repeat?
What I'm saying we should do is we should go back down south to the road, go to Yolokoja, and then double back to Kodiala after we res Fremont.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that.
Alright. Well, there you go.
But hold on, though.
Oh.
We should make ourselves look local.
Oh yeah, we had a whole plan for that.
Gonna start
Part of
going
that
through Freeman's
plan's dead.
things. I'm certain Freeman would have left notes or something.
Well, the entire time we were in the dungeon and the walking around to get to the Renan's Fall and everything like that, Freeman would have been giving you guys pointers and coaching and just little things. So you guys won't be as good as it if we actually spent several months on it.
But we
you
at least
do
have
have
an idea.
you have some idea of what you're doing to blend in. You're no
Mm.
longer going to walk in with your shiny armor and weapons drawn.
Well, how do we feel about giving me the portable hole?
You taking notes on a criminal conspiracy.
Hunter knows me so well.
all right.
Oh.
Yeah, I want to go through Freeman's backpack. What do we got here?
Well, there's 2 encrypted journals. One in Gnomish. The other one is in Celestial. And you would recognize the Celestial one that Freeman notes and jots in.
Hey, I know Gnomish.
That's the encrypted one. Freeman was trying to crack that. Like in our downtime, you would have seen him since we killed those the 9
Gotcha.
gnomes. That's where I got that
yeah.
from.
Yeah,
The Celestial one is my journal. Like you'd
Gotcha.
recognize that as the one that Freeman's always had and carried around.
All right. Okay, guys, I got an idea as to how we can get away with this. We do a repeat of what I did to get us all here. All of you get into the bags and the bins, and I'll handle the transportation. If I encounter anyone, I should be able to bullshit them.
No, I don't think we should do that. I think we should just travel normally, but like low key.
We could, but if you all climb into the bag, we'll be able to disguise our numbers.
I don't think we need to disguise our numbers. There's only a handful of us.
Fine, we should at least walk single file then.
Oh yeah, sure. We can walk single file to hide our numbers.
Yep. All right, let's go and do that then.
All right. Now, am I getting the portable hole for this?
Wait, why?
I want to wear it on my back underneath a cape so that I can store my rock in there.
Sure.
Wait, how wide across is the portable hole? Is it 5 feet?
6, I believe.
Oh, well, that's too large for that then. Forget about it.
Okay.
We'll go with the old approach.
Do we want to start flying?
Flying?
Yeah, I can fly us all there and like. Hold on, we want to get to what? What? Oh, we want to get to which end?
We're going to Yellow Koja first.
I mean, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What is that? I can make like 12 hexes flying?
Well, now do you have any horsefly? You used it already.
Wait, what's that thing's duration?
12 hours for a week.
2 days.
Once-
Once it's been
okay.
used for 12 hours, it cannot be used again until 2 days have passed.
Oh, is it 2 days? I always thought it was a week. I should use that thing more. Jesus, I never use that thing. It's like I keep it for emergencies.
Okay, yeah, in that case, let's just start walking.
Okay, so you...
Single file to hide our numbers.
Alright,
Naturally.
are you taking the road? Or are you going straight to Yolo Koja?
Straight to Yolokoja.
Okay.
Okay, we're bushwhacking it. We're cutting across country.
Sure. Yeah, you start walking, trudging through the snow as the grassland gets a little rougher. The day passes. You start trudging again on the second day. You know, as the ground begins to take hilly, you know, kind of like hilly, almost craggy looking spot to it. Snow occasionally falling. You know, you've got maybe 2 feet of snow total on the ground. But at the end of the third day, as you approach from the northeast, you can see the walled city of Yolo Koja. The chimneys of the thatched roof, houses, and buildings inside the walls, trailing smoke gently upwards in the twilight. You can see towards the northwest end of town, just the west end of town, that several large carriages seem to have been pulled inside the wall, and you can see what looks to be a dozen horses. The shiny mail armor that people are wearing glinting in the setting sun.
Hmm.
Uh-huh.
Well, we're headed into town.
All right. Well,
Wait, Stein, can you send a sending to our captain?
Yes, what do you want me to tell him?
We're going to be delayed.
Okay. I have 25 words.
Indefinitely. We'll let him know when the situation changes. We'll keep him appraised.
Alrighty, I will use sending under.
Okay. What do you say?
Ran into issues. Will be delayed
Indefinitely.
indefinitely. We'll
We'll
abreast
keep in
you on
touch.
kinds of situations.
You get a response back. Aye. Then the lads and I shall keep ourselves to the north end of the Sea of Fire, out of sight of Evrevian patrols. Signal when you are ready for pickup.
Alright, I tell Gilbert what they said. I mean, Lucina what they said.
Excellent.
So great having a smuggler captain on our side.
I know, right?
So what do you guys do?
Well, we had to go to the city, get Freeman resurrected, so we do that.
Okay. So you start approaching the city. You
Oh,
see
we do use a different gate.
a different gate than what?
The one that probably has the Emperor and his honor guard there.
Right. So you can see 3 roads leading into Yolokoja. One slight, east by northeast that heads through the hills that you purposefully avoided so as not to accidentally walk into Kotiala. One that leads to the north, and one that leads to the west. They seem to be clumped up near the western gate. The closest one to you is that north by northeastern one.
Is that the same one we fought in?
No, the gatehouse you fought in was actually the walled city of Kakut, the capital. This is just a walled town on at the convergence of a somewhat profitable trade route. That's why there's multiple roads that converge here. That's why it's here. On the road would have just been villages and the like, but this is an actual town, hence the wall. The wall's nothing super impressive. It's mostly stone, and as you approach, you can see a couple of guards at the top. The gates are wide open.
Then into the city we go.
All right, yeah, you walk in. There is a bored-looking guard just on the inside of the gate. It kind of sizes you up as you walk in and simply says, "All right. Just so you know, Emperor's men walking through. Stay out of their way and there won't be trouble. But I see you're armed. I strongly advise you to keep your weapons sheathed in the presence of His Imperial Majesty's men. Wouldn't want you to be skewered accidentally."
Thank you for letting us know.
You're
We'll do
welcome.
just that.
Yeah, move along. Don't want you blocking the road.
And so we move along.
It also occurs to you it's strange telling you to move along because the road was empty. But inside the city, you can see,
Wait.
it's not like there was a line to get into the town.
Insight check.
I think move along is just something people in his job like to say to people.
Sure, make an insight check, Lucina. He seemed bored, like he's been on guard duty for a while, and harassing some people walking in is the best entertainment he's going to get for the foreseeable future.
Man, I get how that goes. All right, into the city.
All right. Yeah, so you walk through. The streets, there's like the main street that goes through the central square where there's kind of like a big open air market. Around it are various small domiciles and a couple of churches. Small little churches. Near the actual center square, there is like the actual the Burgermaster's house, the basically the guy who runs the city, and like an actual like full on stone like temple, probably the biggest temple in town. People seem to be moving. It's kind of cold, so they're moving somewhat quickly, but they don't appear to be under duress or anything like that. Or moving furtively or such. They're wrapped up because it's cold, and so they're moving quickly from warm building to warm building.
Hmm.
Well, into the temple.
All right. As you walk down the street, narrow alleyways branching off the main road, but You just keep going. The entrance to the temple is a big set of heavy double doors. The there's like a place to put a bar on it, but the bar does not appear to be currently there. And you are able to walk in. Inside, you can see what looks to be a rather standard temple. Statues representing the various gods and goddesses. In the very back, you can see what appears to be several priests, as well as about 24 men in gleaming plate mail. It looks like they have put a offering before a couple of the statues, and the priests are saying prayers over them.
Why is brain not working? God damn it. Could you repeat that last part to me, Under? I'm sorry.
It appears that the soldiers have brought offerings for several of the gods, and the priests are currently like saying prayers over them while they make this offering at this temple.
Okay. In that case, we'll wait at an appropriate type position until they're done.
Sure. Yeah, they keep going until the last vestiges of light disappear. At which point the priests, the prayers quiet, the hymns go silent. The various armed soldiers, while they spare you some glances as they leave, don't appear in any way to recognize you or seem overly hostile as they kind of file out of the temple. Once they are gone, you can see this elderly woman dressed in priestly robes, approaches your group. Have you also come to offer?
In our way, yes. We gonna hold up the to-go bag we keep Freeman in. I don't suppose any of you would be able to perform a resurrection?
It is possible. But tell me of your friend here. Was he a good person?
He's dead. Can
Yes.
you heal him?
Lucina's gonna think on that for a good moment. I suppose in his way, he was not an actively terrible person.
And sometimes I think that is all we can hope for in this world. Especially now of all times. Well, where exactly do you have his body?
Lucina holds out the to-go bag, full of Freeman powder.
She takes it, kind of gently opens it, looks inside, gently closes it up. I see. It is more than resurrection you need. Resurrection requires a body. However, damaged it might be. This, I'm afraid, requires a true resurrection. We do have capabilities of bringing someone like this back, yes. It is expensive, unfortunately.
How expensive?
100,000 gold pieces.
Lucina pulls out Freeman's accounting book.
We do not have that much on the party.
Hmm. Lucine's gonna give a good look over that accounting book. Yeah, that is oof. Most unfortunate. Ruffles, did you have a plan here?
Well, when she notices your hesitation, the priest offers you the bag back and says, "Oh, there are other ways to bring people back from death. They are somewhat finicky, but I do know of a reliable person who performs such discount services."
Insight check.
Sure, make an insight check.
I see you don't have the finances to do this the holy way. So we have our infernal compatriot over here.
You don't get the sense that this is like a case of being infernal. More rather than like appealing to the gods to bring it back, this is more like taking an arcane approach. And she considers it, you can tell she considers it a more fraught way to go.
Classic like journey into the underworld and pull his soul out of there by hand.
Why would you assume I'm in the underworld?
I was referring more to the actual
Yeah, Greek mythology. Yeah, I know.
like real mythology.
Yeah, I know.
Although
I
also,
just had to make the
Freeman's
joke.
ass is probably in hell. And who would we need to speak to about this?
On the north end of town is a small tannery. It's owned by a woman known as Madame Selene. She is a somewhat arcanist when she isn't fulfilling orders for leather, and has been dabbling with the dead for some time. If anyone here could help you without such costs, it would be her.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for this information. We will we'll have to look into this.
Of course. Best of luck with getting your friend back.
Onward.
Mm. Onward.
Onward.
Okay, where do you go as you leave the temple? Night has fallen.
We find one of those inns.
Okay. So there is one inn in town. It's also the inn where all the soldiers are.
So, camping. How do we feel
Yeah.
about camping?
Camping. I like the sound of camping. We camp.
Okay, where do you camp?
Outside the walls.
Alright. Which gate do you leave?
So, if the reason you're asking that is because the soldiers are encamped out the way we came in, right? Like outside the wall.
I mean, not that you saw.
Oh, we didn't see that.
No, they were on the other side of town from you when you came in. And then you've walked through town. You're at the center of town, and the town, while it's a moderately sized town, it has like one big tavern inn, and it's full of soldiers right now because the soldiers are staying here.
Hmm.
Actually, do you think we'd be able to stay in the catacombs?
Let's not do that. That sounds unhealthy.
You don't want to stay in the catacombs?
No.
Wait, hold on a second.
I was raised
Hold
by
on.
somebody who had to live in a catacomb for most of his life, and he did not describe the experience positively.
Hold on a second. I forget I have Faction Agent. Underdark, where's a safe haven?
What faction are you?
And board.
Ribbons.
Yep. Side of
Ah,
the spiritual ribbon. The harpers of this setting.
right. They own the inn, Ye Old Dog. You can see the little sign kind of. It's not like super obvious, but you can see it kind of sketched into the like top part of their chimney.
Mm-hmm.
Indicating that the building is owned by an agent of the Ribbons.
In that case, I'll find them and see what kind of info, directions, or help they can provide.
Okay.
It's useful to have a party member who's a Freemason.
Yeah. So you're walking into the inn.
Yes.
All right. You walk into the inn. There you are assaulted by the sound of soldiers drinking and carousing. You can see some townsfolk around there, but they don't seem to be intermingling with the soldiers overly much. There seems to be this gnomish waitress walking around, just handing out ale to all of the soldiers, and they seem to be having a rip-roaring good time. The barkeep is another gnome. This one male, who looks to be cleaning a glass while standing on the bar.
Oh, you seem a little short-staffed here.
Get out. Get out. If you're gonna make short jokes, be funny. Get out. I'm just fucking with you.
Let's go soup.
I'm just fucking with you. What do you want?
Every single time.
I nod
but
towards
this-
Lucina.
Lucina will countersign.
Yeah, he does the appropriate stuff, and he's like, well, what can I help with someone like you?
Well, is the only locale? We're attempting to find a place to stay. If you know of one, it seems a little full here.
It is a bit full, but out back we got a little hole we use for smuggling, and you're more welcome to stay in that for the night. Locks on the inside and the out.
Works for me.
Alrighty, here's the key. It's a trapdoor under the carpet in
Thank
the
you.
back room.
Much obliged.
And as you start walking away, he says, "Oh, if you, we have some kegs in there right now. If any of them start to leak, I would recommend evacuating. They shouldn't, but just in case."
Thank you for the heads up.
And you go in the back room. There, under the carpet, right where he said, is a concealed trapdoor. But now that you know about it, you can just kind of use the key, unlock it, and head down. There, you basically descend a ladder into a stone room about 20 by 20. Against one wall, you can see a dozen kegs laying on their sides, stacked up against the wall. No markings on them,
I
nor
sniff
any
them.
bungholes. What was that?
I sniff them.
You do not smell anything.
Hmm. Alrighty. Well, let's camp here.
Yeah, I mean, there's no like beds, but your bedrolls would be sufficient. And you guys are staying here the whole night?
What is the time?
I think so.
Nightfall. Like night fell about a half hour ago.
Hmm. See, I was gonna suggest something else other than sleeping here, but it's kind of late, so I suppose this will do.
I had other ideas, but Gilbert's got Lucina's got an in with the people who run this place.
Got it
Ah.
in with the
Yeah.
in. But Alrighty, let's camp.
All right. You guys go to sleep. The night passes without incident. Morning comes.
Well, time to start the day.
All right. You leave the hidey hole.
Indeed.
All right.
Covertly.
All right. Well, as you get up there and begin to unlock the trapdoor, give me a stealth check.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as you begin kind of slowly opening that, you hear the male gnome call out, "It's all right. They left about an hour ago. You're all clear."
Oh, awesome.
Even got some breakfast left over. They left in a hurry.
The good kind of hurry or the bad kind of hurry?
Well, I don't see any smoke on the horizon, so it can't be that horrible for us. I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with that disc that appeared over Renan's Folly. You know, maybe someone was fucking with it. Damn wizards.
Hmm. Mm-hmm. Weird that.
Your backpack then goes, aha!
I like the little guy. The little guy gets it. Not the gnome. I literally pull out the two.
I know.
Well, all right then. Wait, is that where the Emperor's men were headed?
I mean, they went out the east wall, the east gate. No idea if they planned on going all the way to, say, like Tomaway or something, or if they were going to go south to deal with whatever the hell is going on in Renan's Folly. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you?
That there may be a bit of correlation and potentially some causation.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Do we have to worry about, demons coming forth and scouring the countryside?
Oh, demons? No, no, no demons.
Well, that's good. Devils? Devils, fae, fiends, undead, dragons?
No. It depends if they dig too deep. The problem should be buried.
Alrighty then.
That being said, we might want to make note of that.
It was noted.
Excellent.
Been noted for, ever since Renan blew himself up.
Oh, did the disc come out of the ground that time too?
No. But the volcano basically erupted briefly and scoured the surrounding countryside. It still hasn't recovered. We think the lava might have been imbued with some leftover magic from the remnants of Renan's base up there.
Underdark, did we just cobalt bomb that entire region? Was that shit? Was it radioactive ash?
How would you know?
I didn't mean that in character. I mean, is that what you did?
Well, the place did have a certain reputation about creatures going in and not coming out.
Man, the countryside just got Chernobyl.
Hmm.
If you start seeing two-headed deer or something, or fish, let us know.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, whatever that disc was, very bad. People should not be going into the disc. Strange dungeon, stranger materials, even stranger magics.
Aha.
Well, time to start the day. I assume we acquire leftover breakfast and then go to the tanner, who also can bring dead people back to life, apparently.
The tanner.
Yes, you head to the tannery at the north end of town, near the gate.
This is like one of those medieval occupations where people double up, like being a doctor and a barber, or being
Yeah.
a tanner and a necromancer.
Dr. Bauer.
Well, if you remember, the priest described her as an arcanist, not a necromancer.
Ah, right. The tanner arcanist.
Or a veterinarian and taxidermist.
They're not a necromancer, they're an arcanist. Right. They're not a witch, they're just a sorcerer.
All right, yeah. You see this middle-aged woman kind of using a big stick to kind of stir what looks and smells like to be a vat of curing leather. I didn't see you guys there. What brings you to my tannery? We don't exactly get many adventurers around here.
Oh, well, we were hoping we could get one more.
I'm not leaving.
Oh, not you.
Oh, good.
Show her the ash.
Lucina pulls out the to-go bag containing Freeman.
Do you have anything for this?
I swear this used to be a man.
Oh, the priest sent you.
Yes.
Okay. Hold on. Let me, tamp down the fire a bit and come into my parlor over here.
Right away.
And you walk in. She's got maps, but of no land you recognize. Just kind of plastered all over. But they're not like entire maps. It's like sections, like region by like she would see like a region or something and make a map of it, but not. Nothing like that looks like to be like a coherent like world map or anything like that.
Hmm.
Most of them relatively small areas. Yeah, as you can see, I've taken a bit of a liking to maps and cartography.
Maps of what?
Well, I'm not exactly sure. The priests tell me it's most of them are the descriptions I've given of them. They describe it as hell. Though some of the descriptions don't fit that and might very well be high water. I've been trying to put together an atlas of those places. Problem is, getting there and getting back is rather difficult. So when somebody can't afford to raise a loved one or a colleague, I can usually do so via my methods. And at the same time, what I get out of this is I get to piggyback on the raising, and I get to look around that area of hell or high water, wherever your colleague might have ended up. No judgment here. And I basically make maps of it. I'm hoping to eventually get together a coherent map of the entire areas.
Interesting. Well, I'm sure he would be fine with that.
Now, Ash is a bit trickier. Usually there's a body to work with. Ash requires... do you happen to know his true name?
Oh, yes.
Oh, well, that'll make things
That's
a lot
when
easier.
We find out Freeman was a secret identity.
Freeman is my first name. That will work.
If he kept his true name from his fiancée, we're going to have a long conversation after I bring him back about whether his stay on this mortal coil will be a permanent one.
Brings it back just long enough to kick his ass.
Yeah.
Brings back, smashes immediately with rock.
Yep. I need you to bring back my fiancée so that I can kill him myself.
All right. Well, she goes and gets what looks to be like a crystal decanter, like you would use for really nice liquor. Go ahead and pour the ash into here. I need to get a couple other things. And she disappears in this back room, and you hear the sound of like glass clinking and metal bouncing, rummaging through a bunch of stuff.
You see, he's only mostly dead.
I was just
Which
getting
is different
that.
than all dead.
She pokes back to the card. If he's only mostly dead despite being turned to ash, your friend is a lot more tough than I thought.
Have fun storming the castle. Alright, insight check, because I congenitally across characters cannot trust an NPC.
Sure. She says, "Oh, do any of you know any's magic with lightning?"
Yes.
Excellent! That will make things
Yes.
much easier.
Oh, good. I was afraid when they told us to come to the
She
tower
seems
that I-
excited about this, and in like that like nerdy, self-absorbed way where it comes across kind of creepy if it wasn't so useful. And she comes back with what you swear looks to be like a telescope made out of crystal. Did you ever put the ash in the decanter?
I did, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, good. She like comes over and starts like clipping it to the top of the decanter, almost like she's like gonna look down through this telescope at the ash. And she gets a couple of step ladders. She's like, all right. Which one of you knows the lightning spells? Because this one we don't need to wait for a storm. Excellent. All right. So this right here, this is a plane puncher. It will basically use his name and his ashes to hone in on where his soul is in hell or high water and kind of punch a brief portal through into that. And at which point, I will begin looking around, and your friend's soul should hopefully get sucked into the vortex and pop out with his body. Wholly formed.
That sounds incredibly handy. What are the side effects?
Well, if he's made enemies, I don't know how long he's been dead for. If he's made enemies there and they see this portal, I mean, they'll know that he came back, and they might decide to hunt him down or something.
If he's... Oh, dear God.
He hasn't been dead long.
Oh, okay, that's good. Less of a chance of that. The other thing is, unlike a lot of the holy magics, this can also pull people out if they happen to be subject to certain, fiendish contracts and the like.
Oh, this is good to know about.
And, let's just say that usually the fiends take great offense to the group of people who interfere with that. And I make no promises of your anonymity. If a devil shows up asking where you are, I will point you out.
That is a fair clause.
That's fair, although if I were a devil, I think I would be pretty upset about anybody on the mortal plane having the ability to do this, no matter who they were doing it for.
Well, let me be very clear. I have more maps of the hells and more contacts with the fiends than you do.
Oh, you have friends in low places. Okay.
Yes, I do. And let's just say that being able to punch holes between the planes can be useful to them as well.
About how much lightning do you need?
I mean, the lightning bolt spell is usually sufficient.
Is overkill useful?
Not so much.
Damn.
Bring Freeman back as a Goliath.
No, this is fine.
Hey, Elizabeth Stone Soup would have a problem with that.
All right, then whenever you're ready, Lucina, just focus on your colleague's name, cast the spell, and I'll do the rest.
All right. She focuses on Freeman's name and casts Lightning Bolt.
Okay. Yeah, the lightning refracts down through the lenses, hitting the ash at the bottom. The ash in the decanter immediately liquefy as a gate opens. You can see Selena beginning to cast spells, and her eyes glowing as if using some type of divination magic. You can feel hot, dry air kind of being sucked in to the room through this gate.
Oh, that's not good.
Told you. I told you he was in hell.
And then Freeman, naked but fully formed, comes flapping into the room, looking to be no the worse for wear.
Gaslight him into thinking he has shrinkage issues.
No, it looks the same as last time I saw it.
And you can see the edges of the gate beginning to waver as the last of the decanter and the ash begin to evaporate, and the gate begins to close. As it does, you hear a gasp from Selena, and she says, that's probably not good. Then it closes.
Honey, did you piss off anybody down there?
I don't know if I'm conscious, so I haven't said anything.
Yeah, you're conscious.
No.
A little confused, but conscious.
Well, I was poking and prodding, and where are my clothes?
Yeah, you see this
Clothes
human
must have gone to
woman's
Hollywood
kind of
right there.
pointing at you, frames like, you. What in the hells did you do over there?
I was looking for someone. I think I found them.
Uh-huh.
Oh, what, do you think I died too?
Although I did have some information that helped me find my way. Unfortunately, I didn't get there.
Well, I got some maps to make. So if you don't mind leaving, that'd be great.
Are we in the room with the maps? Or are we in a different
Yes,
room?
you're in the room with all the different maps.
Freeman's gonna, with cartography as a tool expertise tool skill that I have, I'm gonna take a moment to look around and kind of absorb the maps and see if I recognize anything from the time that I was there.
Not really.
Okay. I mean, I was trying to get to hell adjacent, so it's fair.
Yeah. So anyway, she's kind of pushing you guys to leave so you can start on her maps. Well, good news and bad news, I guess, as usually is. Good news, your colleague's back. Welcome back to the land of the living. Try not to leave it again. Bad news, well, you pissed off a rather powerful devil. And he's likely to try to send agents after you. Because he kind of slipped away from him with that little antic farce.
I was wondering why I felt a shadow over my back.
Oh yeah. Don't you worry. Those shadows will be rather physical soonish. I don't know. Devils are somewhat capricious, and they can come quickly. They can come, not quickly, languidly, I guess. But they generally do come to collect their due. So if you don't mind leaving, in case this one decides to be rather impulsive with it, I'd rather you not blow up my
which
workshop.
one it was, and then we'll be on our way.
Nope, nope, no. You're going now.
Yeah, we'd better listen to her.
Yeah, that's fair.
Alright.
Let's go.
Off we go.
Now, she said it was a devil who's after you.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's one of the lieutenants of Kisa.
And what exactly did you do down there?
I was looking for someone.
Who?
Yezi,
Who is that?
my wife.
Oh.
The other wife.
I'm trying to find the Futurama polygamy joke. Boo!
Well, I guess I probably have some explaining to do after that.
Hmm.
But we should find somewhere safe to hang out. Where are we?
Ivrevia.
I mean, off in the distance to the east, as you guys leave the tannery, you can see, kind of poking through the fog in the air, the outline of Renan's Folly in the distance. You can tell you're to the west of it somewhere.
I wasn't sure if I could see over the city wall, so I wasn't going to assume.
It's a tall enough mountain you would see it over the city walls.
All right. Oh, so we're in Freeman will grab his backpack and pull his map out. And...
The entire backpack is
Yelakosia?
rearranged.
What? Yeah, it'll take me like an hour to fix it. But yeah, so yeah, I'll look at my map. Okay, so we're in Yelakosia. Okay. Well, how long has it been? Time works a little different
2
down
days.
there.
Yeah,
Oh,
about
okay.
2 days.
So you guys haven't gotten caught. That's impressive.
We weren't even inconspicuous.
Oh, well.
Oh, also, I made a little friend, and Lucine's going to pull out the tube.
He
what
pulls out
the
a
heck is
inanimate cigar
that?
tube.
And inside of... Oh, man.
The
died.
spell wore off.
He was a wonderful little fella. Very sad to see him go. But inside was this rather interesting letter. Lucine's going to hand that over. And, I mean, I don't smoke, but perhaps you do. And she's going to hand over the uncut cigar.
Freeman will take both of them and read over the letter real quick. Obviously, I read it earlier. I kind of figured that's what his ploy was. He was a little too subtle, unfortunately. However,
Yeah, I'm actually kind of feeling a little bad right now. We killed how many people?
half a dozen to a dozen, somewhere in there. It doesn't matter. They're mindless mooks.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
They knew what they were
Kinda.
signing up for.
Kind of
Exactly.
does matter.
Not from Freeman's perspective.
They were soldiers and they thought they were doing their job.
Exactly. And we were adventurers, and we were doing what adventurers do. Anyway, well, that would be, and then Freeman would be able to recall what city we met him in. Because that was the third one, right?
Yeah.
Third little village?
Kotiala.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I
Well-
thought we met him on an inn on the road. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. did we?
Kotiala is on the road.
It's a little
Kotiala is
village
out.
on the road.
It's
Oh
not a
my
walled
God.
city. It's just
The-
a little
the-
village that had the one inn with
The
the dwarf.
entire time, I thought it was literally an inn that
Mm-mm.
would just existed as like a truck stop, effectively, with only the inn around. Okay.
No, this was in a town.
Yeah, it was a town, but it was the only inn to stay in, and there was another tavern where everybody
That's what it
drank
was.
because the dwarf was a
Okay.
little too yippity.
Yeah. Okay. I thought it was a little more isolated than it was.
Yeah.
So wait, was that guy in on it? Did he not actually get captured? Was that really
Based on what
talkative
I'm reading in
dude
this
just an
letter, it
agent?
looks like he was probably relocated somewhere where he'd be more useful.
Hmm.
Well,
It still feels just a little suspicious to me.
where is the ship? Where is the captain?
Sea of Fire.
Okay, so he's nearby. Have you contacted this guy at all, or no? Have you sending and messaged him at all?
No,
you have his
we
name
haven't-
now. We should be able to send him to
Yeah,
him.
we haven't contacted him yet. wanted to get you on board, given your expertise in this kind of clandestine behaviors.
Mm-hmm.
Figured
Oh,
it'd be
that makes
better just
sense.
have you on board before initiating contact.
Yeah. I think we should hold off on initiating contact, fall back, restock, and then come. So, if anything, tell him we'll meet him there in 10 weeks' time.
That
We have a lot of sailing to do to get back to Havia.
why do we have to go back to Havia?
Safe port that we're not possibly wanted fugitives in. Restock, sell off gear, buy
Yeah,
supplies.
what do we actually have though that we need to do all that with that we couldn't do here?
It's not so much that we couldn't do it here, it's that the more we do here, the more we stand out. I'm trying to lower our footprint. So fortunately, not going to the church to raise me is smart. That was a good move. However,
Actually, we went to the church to raise you. You're simply too expensive.
or their price was too high.
100,000 gold.
Yeah, that's way too high. A rip off.
I
It's a rip-off church.
don't think that is. It's a 9th level spell for you.
Yeah, but if you brought a 25,000 gold piece diamond, that would alleviate a lot of the cost and should lower it a lot. But I'm assuming you didn't do that. However, anyway, spending more time away from Erevria would be more beneficial. He has already moved, it looks like, if he's telling the truth, a lot of his searching to the west, so we can come back in on the east very easily. However, we still need time. And Underdark, I'm drawing a blank on the sailing times, but for us to go from Tamway to Havia and back, and then walk over to that village would be...
So, walking from the village to Temway is about 1, 2, 3, 4, about 2.5 days walk. Sailing Temway to Havia is like a 90-day journey.
Okay, so it's a lot more than 10 weeks. I was just throwing 10 weeks out as a number. I didn't actually have the math in my head.
You're talking, so bear in mind a full year is 256 days. You're talking about 185 days if you leave now to get to Havia and back.
Okay.
That seems a bit excessive.
No. Benefits us a lot because it reduces our footprint even more.
Our already effectively non-existent footprint.
No. Foreign agents that come in, kill a bunch of people, and then disappear into the night, that's going to stay in the gossip train for a long time. Especially in a, country that is very repressed. There's no reason to rush into a meeting with this guy. That's what I'm saying. So going back to Havia, spending some time down there and coming back will also give Freeman time, it'll give me time to train you guys with the infiltration side of things to perfect you guys being able to blend into a crowd. Time is our friend right now.
I'm thinking over. There's just a part of me that's like, from a actual like, not quite game design, but like you know what I mean, right? Like, are we sure we're not just overcomplicating it?
I
Like
think
as
we might be,
players?
if we're planning to spend that long.
What, Pete?
I think we are overcomplicating it if we're planning to take that long to do this.
Yeah, just like I get the argument being made, but it almost feels like we're overcomplicating this, like as players.
I think so too.
Well, then let's go meet our buddy. He's right next door, so should be relatively quick to get there.
Yes, but first I think you have more explaining to do.
On the way.
On the way makes sense. If you don't like the explanation, you can always put him on the roadside.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys are leaving Yolokoja?
Yep. Do we want to take a circuitous route?
Yeah.
Of course.
So how do you wish to go?
I mean, I suppose we could always just loop around the edge of Renan's Folly.
Is it you want to go like south and around counterclockwise?
Yeah. Stopping in at... Man, this thing doesn't get very big. Galley?
Gale.
Gale.
Okay, I mean, you can do that. Is that what you guys want to do?
I don't see any reason not just to go directly there.
Yeah.
Fair
Like,
enough.
we don't need to go out and around unless you wanted to scout Renan's Valley to see what they're doing there. I'm assuming you would have, included that information
Yeah,
once you told
that
Freeman a bunch of
would
soldiers.
be part of the reason, yeah. That way we get a good loop around, see what's potentially going on. Gives us a day or two to kind of prep and prepare.
So you primarily want to go around Renan's Valley to scout the soldiers.
Yes, it'll give us time to scout the soldiers, but also give us a couple of days that we can work with for what you were saying of getting us up to speed on at least some of the basics of behavior.
Well, Friedman's been doing the basics with you guys for the most of the time since we've left the fight at the gatehouse. It's like one of the first things he would have done was, okay, well, we need to blend in better.
Wait.
And so,
Have we under?
He did say that earlier. And, what that basically means is, by now, if you guys were to be disguised adequately and you had to pass yourselves off as locals, you would have proficiency for the performance check in this case.
Okay.
but I still have to put on the makeup and stuff like that. You guys haven't gotten down.
Right.
Oh, and the other reason I kind of wanted to go to Haviat is more access to spells and stuff.
More access to spells?
Spell scrolls. Being able to purchase spell scrolls. I forgot to mention that. So with Freeman's High Arcana, his knowledge to use spell scrolls is actually pretty high. So for a high level infiltration mission like we're planning to blend in and become one with their society, and then go from there with whatever information we acquire. And now also if we have a frickin' in with the head spy master, that definitely does speed things along. However, having 3 spellcasters essentially, because I'm not actually a spellcaster, but I can use spell scrolls pretty efficiently. And Haviat, we know we can get first and second level spells. That was the other reason. The primary reason. And then we can also check on our alchemy lab and other things like that. I completely spaced on the spell scrolls being one of the important reasons for going back to Haviat, because we don't know what the access is here. Or if there is even access to high level spells like that. Or high level magic E items with spell scrolls.
Is there under?
you remember when you were going through Tamway that it was a fairly robust trading port, but you're likely only going to find like maybe some potions, like common level potions as well as like first level scrolls. You're not going to find anything uncommon.
Hmm. I think we'd probably be fine. My main concern is potential time sensitivity.
So can I ask what your concern is? Like, what are your thought projections of time sensitivity being an issue?
That's just it. I don't have any information to go on.
So why are you? That's what I'm trying to get
From
at.
the
Is you don't.
meta standpoint.
We're not playing meta, Gilbert.
I
I'm
know.
playing how Friedman would do this. He wants more resources to plan out this infiltration. He has enough information to get the resources now. He knows what he needs.
Okay,
So
I'm totally lost here.
metagaming,
Where do you want to go?
Havia,
Okay,
because
we'll
we
do that
know we
later.
can get first and second level spells. Well, yeah, we can meet up with the Spy Master, then go to Havia, and then come back.
Yeah, like that way we have some actual information we can base stuff off of and know if
Mhm.
something is time sensitive.
That's fair. That's a good objection. I like that. All right.
That's my point about some of the like the meta there. Is the calendar running? For example,
Calendar's always running.
yes, the calendar is always running, but that doesn't mean that there is necessarily something time sensitive predetermined on the calendar.
Yes.
A precaution I have picked up after the clock from FFAM.
But basing, let's see, this is a difference, Gilbert.
Yeah,
Basing a
yeah,
precaution on
Ruffles,
a playstyle from a different game
Ruffles, I
is
get
what
what
I'm
you're
not
saying.
doing.
I get what you're saying. That doesn't address the actual game design of like, does a time clock exist?
Well, then what Pete suggested, meet up with the Spy
Exactly.
Master and
That's
then
what
go
we
to
gotta find
Havia
out.
after.
Find out if there
Yeah.
is a time clock.
Yeah. So that's a valid argument. Like I agree. Instead of going straight to Havia and then coming back and meeting him and him possibly being dead by then because almost a year will progress.
Exactly. Time clock.
If there were any time pressure, I think he would have at least implied it in his message,
Yeah.
which leads me to believe
But
that there isn't.
with the Renan's Folly being up in the air and that he didn't mention any of that in his letter, so that letter may have been sent before that.
Oh, maybe.
That is a good chunk of the reason of my concern, yeah. Because
Yeah,
we've now had a giant adamantine disc.
Yep. So let's go south, scout, circle back around, and during that, because we'll be walking through wilderness, we'll be moving slower. Friedman can fill everybody in on a little bit more of what exactly he was doing in the Hells, which I don't actually have all of that worked out. Under and I'll have to talk about that.
Mhm.
But for the backstory of what Friedman's actual goal was, that's known. And Friedman can, actually address that information to you guys and, fill you in on his main backstory.
Mhm.
Yeah, I assume, Freeman, broadly speaking, you were looking for that woman.
Yeah, looking to get, because I know she's on Kisser's plane, and her plane is adjacent to Hell, and I was looking for a way to essentially get from Hell to Hell adjacent. That's what I was
Right,
doing.
yeah, and in doing so, you would have found that there are many Denny planes that kind of link off of Hell.
Mm-hmm. And I went into the wrong one.
Not so much you went into the wrong one as you weren't quite as circumspect as you might have thought you were about your inquiries, and you pissed some people off. Basically, you ended up looking into things accidentally that they didn't want you looking into, and now they're trying to silence you.
Well, good thing I have no recollection of the plot I uncovered.
Well, that's the thing. You didn't even uncover a plot. You just got close to possibly uncovering the plot, and therefore they want you dead.
Well, that's understandable.
Yes, the 10 steps of removal must die gambit.
Well, it's the whole, leave no loose ends or anything adjacent to the loose ends. He got adjacent to a loose end. Anyway, so you guys are heading south then? Around Renan's Folly?
Yeah, we'll go out the west gate.
Alright, yeah, you go out the west gate, hooking south and entering the actual tundra. Just the edge of it. Kind of, heading down, skirting the edges of Renan's Folly as you begin working your way. Kind of like that line between where tundra starts and where the devastated forested hills begin.
Yeah. How visible is Renan's Folly with a spyglass from here? Can I make out
Oh, it's easily
silhouettes of
visible.
people? So I can make out silhouettes of people?
Silhouettes of people, no. Groups of people, possibly.
Okay.
Large creatures like dragons or something about that size, yes, you'd be able to see like them, but you're still like 18 miles away from it, so picking out an individual person even with a spyglass is going to be very, very unlikely.
Oh, I mean, that would be impossible. A spyglass is pretty much only like a 2-3 mile. You can make out a person.
Right, but if there's something big, it would be easier to see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Ants.
like a wagon
And
train
ants.
of soldiers would be.
Yeah, or if, say, they manage to get the disc to float above without going, really above.
I'm assuming you sabotaged it so it can't fly again.
We would have
Stein.
no way of doing that.
Well, I'd be looking at Stein for that because, they figured out how to get it back down.
Yeah.
Did
For
you
me.
sabotage it so it couldn't go back up?
I could try.
For
Under,
for
what do
them
I
to
need to roll?
they'd have to find a way
Jesus
in
Christ.
first.
Yeah.
And as near as I can tell, the entrance is on like the bottom side of it, underneath a large quantity of volcanic sand.
So we
It
need to
was actually under. How hard was it for me to tremors my way out?
Not that hard. It was pretty loose sand.
Wouldn't that run into like a grain silo issue though?
Yes and no. Yes, if say something underneath you was vibrating or causing lots of movement, it would be very easy to liquefaction the sand. But when it's not moving, it is a relatively solid surface.
So we should have left it idling.
Also, if you recall, when you were leaving, you did have fly.
Yeah, I know. I chugged what was it? Oil of slipperiness.
Yeah,
Potion of flying.
like you took steps so that even if it was liquefactioning, you wouldn't necessarily have noticed.
Wait, you drank the oil of slipperiness? I don't think you're supposed to do that.
No, I rubbed myself down with it.
Oh.
Yeah, so
He was a little stopped up,
Yeah.
the way I got us out of there was I just had everyone get into the bag of holding or portable hole, took the potions, and then started effectively just burrowing out of there like it was tremors,
Right.
and then flew us to the coast. So the actual process of like trying to find it and get into it, it'll take them time.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to assess, is did they figure out that it's there? Did you drop it at night or during the day?
I believe Underdark said it was during the day.
Well, if it was during the day, then they would have seen it go back down, but if you had dropped it at night, they might not know if it went down or up. But regardless, as long as it's, going to be difficult for them to get to, we should have a reasonable amount of time to assess the situation. And
Underdark, how much time did it actually take me to get out from underneath it?
About 20 minutes.
20 minutes of tremoring?
Oh
That's
my
pretty
god,
deep.
it's buried.
Yeah, that's pretty deep. It's going to take them a long time.
It was
Even with
about
wizards.
60 feet down.
Yeah, even with wizards, it's still going to be very difficult to get down there. Did you see any wizards in the contingents of soldiers?
No, Underdark only ever mentioned people in armor.
Yeah, you saw
Oh.
people in plate mail with swords.
Well, then they're gonna have a long day of digging.
Swords are not known for their trench digging capacities.
Yeah, I don't think they have any wizards here inland that have to come in from the coast.
But Optus.
God damn it, Pete.
I mean, it's true too. I really
Pete-
don't think they have any here.
Pete,
aside
is
from
this
that one
is this
woman.
what you're doing those nights when you can't make it? You're doing a fucking stand up.
Oh yeah,
Pete's secretly a stand-up comedian, like a
Yeah.
big one. Stand-up comedians, Boston. Anyway,
well, I live in New York now, so I'm on the
well,
I'm hitting
from
big time.
Boston.
Boston
you-
comedians that are now comedians in New York.
I'm
Yeah,
actually
that would
Bill
actually
Burr.
narrow
I've
it
just
down.
been concealing my identity this whole time.
Yeah, he's actually a big name. He was just on the fucking Tonight Show.
All right. Well, then yeah. So we'll start heading, south adjacent to Renan's Folly, circling around, and I'll spyglass as much as I can to see if I can make out, contingent of soldiers, what their, if I can try to figure out what their progress is. I know it's a long way. Might have to move closer. Do you guys be okay with that?
What, get it closer?
Cutting across instead of going all the way out and around.
Well, yeah, what are they going to do? Question why the adventurers are in the adventuring locale?
I don't know if
Good
that's
point.
going to be their thought process.
Yeah, we're inside their territory. This is their scavenging find, so therefore we're hostile.
Hey, did they put up a sign that said, "Don't come here, the government is doing a dig"? They didn't. Do we even see a sketchy redneck who's actually a custodian in disguise?
No, you don't see anything.
Yeah, so if we could we start cutting across? Let me get the map up here. And the north or the southwest, most pointing hex, we'll start cutting across there and go flat to Gala or Gully or Gale or the G place.
Gale.
Gale, yeah, the G spot.
Port of Calais?
G spot.
Might have trouble finding it, but we'll get there eventually.
Yuck, 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 yuck.
So if I
Right,
understand correctly, your
yeah.
intentions are you spend a day going south along the edges of Renan's Folly, and then the next day you're cutting across Renan's Folly to Gale.
Yeah, going east so we can get closer to the mountain, but not directly adjacent to it.
Sure. So you spend that first day trudging through the tundra, kind of turning to the east at the very end of it, and making your camp on a bare hill surrounded by the destroyed forest at the edge of the area of Renan's Folly.
Can we go to the southwest side of the downside of the hill?
Sure. I mean, you could just
So we're-
cut your trip short and stay in the tundra if you want to.
That's fine.
Okay.
An extra half a day of travel won't be that big of a deal. Plus, then we can do story time.
So out in the snowy tundra, what do you guys just making camp with a bubble?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep. Camoing it up.
Yes.
Yeah, and throughout the day you had been looking at the volcano and you didn't see anything unusual.
Okay.
Night falls. Are you all going to sleep, or?
We should probably take watches.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Third watch, as is tradition.
I'll take a second.
Alright, so as the night passes, Ipfon and Stein, what are your passive perceptions?
11.
Mister, what's Stein's passive perception?
15.
So, Stein, as the sun breaks over the horizon and dawn comes, you do notice kind of almost like an echoing dawn from inside the crater at Renan's Folly, though only for the briefest of moments, before the sunlight kind of washes it away and you can't see it anymore. You guys have successfully taken a long rest. Morning has come.
Oh,
So
do I
we're
have any
going to
negative
volley.
modifiers from plane shifting? Or am I full up with no downsides?
There is no downside when using True Resurrection.
Okay. All right. I wasn't sure if that counted as a true resurrection or not, but based on how you explained what was going on,
I mean,
it's more of a
it
plane
didn't.
shift.
It was less of a plane shift and more like your soul just got like carjacked out and rode out of hell.
I think
You
there's
know-
a very obvious term for what this is. It's false resurrection.
That's perfect.
That's good.
That's great. I've sealed that one.
Yeah. Oh, that's
You're welcome
great.
to it.
This runs into some weird, I think, philosophical questions. So think about it. In order to bring a person's soul back from whatever plane they depart to onto this plane, you usually need their body, or a clone of that body will instead carjack it before it makes it to one of the other planes and put it into that corpse, keeping
Yeah.
that material.
What she seemingly did was take the high water projection of his physical body created by his soul and just pull it into the physical plane.
Which makes me wonder, is his native plane hell?
I would say no, because he still has a mortal soul, which means his native plane is the mortal plane.
Yeah, but you don't know if I'm actually a dwarf.
You know, comments like that get people killed.
I know. I almost died because of comments like that. In a particularly fun library.
Mm.
But anyway, yeah. So then in that long rest, Freeman would fill in Stone Soup and Lucina and Ipfon and Stein on the interesting tale of that is the information about Isa.
He
But
is
we
a
don't actually get
polygamist.
to hear it yet because it hasn't been worked out yet.
Well, no, like his backstory of what happened with Jezzy and Kiza is existing.
Okay.
So here. Da-da-da-da. I don't know if this is a bit. That way I don't have to sit there and try speaking it. It needs to be 900 letters shorter.
You must narrate the entire backstory
God,
to
no,
us.
I'm not
Too goddamn
narrating this
long.
entire thing. Well, the thing is, like, so basically, Freeman was originally in an adventuring party, and they were a part of one of the less reputable factions of the city that he was a part of, which I don't actually have a name for that city yet. I just still have it as Neverwinter adjacent.
Okay.
Because Freeman would actually say, well, back where I'm from, and then city name. So basically, long story short, came across some less than reputable temple runes, and I lost the love of my life, and been trying to get her back ever since. Spent a good portion of my life learning everything I could about devils and demons and the like.
So death do us part is what applies here.
Pretty much.
Excellent. Now we don't need to worry about Stone Soup clubbing your head in.
Yes, I mean, I can understand if you wanted to try and, bring her back out of a sense of obligation. That's perfectly reasonable.
You know, some philosophers might argue that trying to defy the natural order of life and death like this is in fact unhealthy.
Yeah, well, those philosophers didn't live in a world where you actually can bring people back from the dead and they'll be totally fine.
As I stand here.
We know their philosophies are bullshit. Case in point.
Now, that being said, it seems that you made some enemies down there.
Well, it seems I made some new enemies down there.
Better than friends, I suppose.
Well, why do you think I was so fond of Finn?
'Cause he
So
was
I'm
up here.
guessing that these enemies you made are devils and that they're going to want your soul.
More than likely. It seems I may have come close to something that they didn't want me to find, even though I have no idea what the hell I was supposed to not find. But regardless, devils will be devils.
Should have said, what in the hell?
You know what? I'm gonna put my money on it. It's an overly complex ploy involving quintuple double fake outs in order to Underdark. Who's in charge of the hells? How are they structured? Is it like the 9 hells?
It is not like the 9 hells.
Okay.
Is there a king of hell?
Not really. There are various powerful devils and demons that kind of control fiefdoms within hell.
Oh, it's a hell oligarchy. Wonderful.
A heligarchy.
A hoiligarchy.
No, it gotta be something better.
But they constantly struggle against each other as much for power as they do against the mortal and celestial realms.
So,
Hmm.
in all reality, if this devil that's now on my shoulder is an enemy of Zisa, I really need to work on making names that I can fucking pronounce. Then we might actually be able to get them on our side. So when we run into them, perhaps diplomacy might be an option. Because you can always make a deal with the devil. I mean, it's literally one of Freeman's areas of expertise. Making and
Assuming
breaking deals with devils.
So, yeah, with your background, though, you would also know that there's a good chance that the devil is going to act through intermediaries here who aren't going to have any power to make deals. So at least at the beginning, you might have to deal with some people who, aren't going to care. Yeah.
Yeah. The first couple of fights, and then we'll, eventually get up to the higher level bosses and then be able to actually open dialogue.
Well, the one thing we can do in the meantime is simply remove their jurisdiction over your soul.
Exactly.
I think the only way that he can remove that jurisdiction is by working to be a better person. Which I don't see happening.
You misunderstand me. I'm going to take away their ability to possess his soul by taking possession of it myself.
So you want to kill me?
No. I'm going to marry you.
Ah.
I don't think ceremony lets me bestow that power.
No, you've all seen that One Tree House of Horror. That's absolutely how it works.
Yeah, actually, ceremony does exactly that. And if we did a ceremony right now, we'd get like a week's worth of benefits. Ceremony's pretty powerful.
Hold on.
I didn't know you got benefits.
What are you talking about? It does nothing with the soul like that.
No, it doesn't. But it's the thought that counts.
It's not about the ceremony, Gilbert. It's about the contract. Because we're dealing with devils, remember?
Yeah, ceremony is a powerful spell.
Hold on. Are you asking Lucina to write up a marriage contract?
Yes, I'm asking Freeman to give me his soul in our prenup.
Yes, we're totally fucking doing this. I love this idea.
This also opens the possibility for she took my soul in the divorce.
I
All right, we'll work
guess
that out
I'll
for next
start
week.
writing that up.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll work that out for next week. But let's progress with spying on Renan's Folly. So Stein, I'm assuming you told us what you've seen.
Yep.
What color was the flash?
Under what color was the flesh?
It was like a yellowish white, similar to like a sunrise.
That's that right there.
Folks, I have a suggestion.
Yes.
Okay, so it goes something like this. I cast Fly and take a peek from up above.
Well, do we have dispersion in the party to be able to do fly and invisible? Can Stein do invisibility?
Stein can do invisibility.
Does invisibility upcast get you more people or more time?
More people. Same with fly though. You still only have an hour of each. I mean, you don't need more than an hour.
True, but at the very least, in the case of Fly, I can just fly over and keep
Recast it,
recasting
yeah.
on myself.
Yeah. But
Also,
I mean, if you need
who
more
looks
than an hour to
straight
scout.
up?
Yeah, exactly. But regardless, yeah, I mean, in a D&D setting, a lot of people, there's fucking dragons, dude.
What's the skies, Traveler?
But anyway, so yeah, I think Stein pop an invisibility, Lucina pop a fly. I'll give Lucina the spyglass. Or you guys can pop them on me since I have the highest perception. I have the best eyes.
You do have good eyes, but we'll have to get close.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're cutting across. We're only going to be a few miles from the mountain. We're going to be 1 hex below it. Cutting across the way we are.
Underdark, how much travel time would that give him?
I
Like
mean,
the hour Fly?
I was going up at a 45.
an hour of fly speed, if you were to go straight up, would probably get you over the top of Renan's Folly. The issue is also that, it's a mountain. So if you'd want to go like straight up and at an angle.
Yeah, if I went up at a 45, would I be able to crest the peak of the crater in a half an hour?
No,
How much time would I need?
an hour.
I need an hour? Okay, so we'd have to basically
6
get to the
mile
base.
hexes.
Yeah, that's right. All right, well, let's get closer first, see what we see, and then we'll decide once we're actually, mountain adjacent.
Okay. Is that what you guys do?
Heading east.
All right. You begin trekking through the devastated hills surrounding this volcano, encountering no wildlife, no insects, no birds. The chill of the autumn air just kind of sitting there in the ground does crunch underfoot. The snow did fall here. It's not like it was, prevented from falling. As you approach about halfway through the day, at the base of the mountain, the tall cinder cone heading straight up before you.
All right, and as we're approaching, I'll, be spying. Did I see any activity on the sides of the mountain I can see?
Nope.
Okay. Well, then I think we should get a little closer and then do the fly invisibility shit.
So you're going to begin ascending the mountain?
Well, from this position, with an hour of fly, or with going with the half-hour target, how high would I be able to get up it?
About halfway.
Even with dashing, with rogue dashing?
Yes. It'd get you a little, it'd get you like 2/3 of the way up, but you wouldn't be at the very top in that half hour.
Okay, so we'd have to climb at least a third.
If you want to get up there in a half hour, yeah.
Okay. All right, then let's climb a third of the mountain.
All right. You guys begin ascending the mountain. An hour passes. You've climbed a third on foot.
All right. Well, boys, magic me up.
Stein, cast invisibility on him.
I cast invisibility.
Okay.
I cast Cone of Cold Fly.
Wait, I don't think I know invisibility.
Wait, what?
How do you say you can do invisibility and then backpedal now?
Oh no, I have C invisibility, not invisibility. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have invisibility.
Well, I guess I'll be relying on my own stealth, and I won't be cresting the hill that much.
Yeah, you'll have to do it on your own. I don't have that spell.
All right.
I suppose it'll make ascending easy, though.
I have sending, so it's okay.
No, ascending isn't going
Oh.
up.
Oh,
But anyway, at the 1/3 mark with just fly and not invisibility, I will begin ascending the mountain as fast as I can.
Okay. You do so. About half hour later, you start to get towards the top of the caldera. You're just going to try to peek over stealthily?
Yeah, I'm actually gonna land. No point in flying because I'll silhouette.
Okay.
Yeah, just low profile as I can, etc. How you normally would peek a ridgeline, prone and slowly.
Sure. Well, go ahead and make a stealth check as you peek over the edge.
Shit, they see me.
Hey, I see Freeman over there in the direction that he isn't.
Yeah, and as you look over, you can see what appears to be down in the caldera, maybe 50 or so feet below you. A series of tents, as well as about a dozen people in shining plate armor, kind of standing around as if on guard, but not really like at. They don't seem to be in particularly alert, just normal guard stances.
All right.
And you can see several people that look to be dressed in rags with pickaxes and shovels, slowly making a bigger and bigger hole in the sand. They have to be kind of careful because the angle of repose is pretty shallow, so they have to dig pretty wide. And you can see this tall man dressed in dark blue robes, his hood still up, directing what looks to be like using his arm to kind of tell people what to do and where to dig.
All right. Of the guards, how many of their faces can I see with a spyglass for lip reading with observant?
You could probably see a dozen of them. Like you could probably get all of their faces as long as one of them was a turn around. But they're not near each other. They're scattered about as if to cover an area by guarding, but are not like
so they have like
socializing.
a
They have a
boundary
perimeter
border.
set up.
Yeah, perimeter. Yeah. Okay. So they're not really talking. Is there anybody with the blue robe dude talking? Because I'm sure I can't see his with a hood up.
No, and he's also not facing towards you.
Okay.
And no, there's no one near him. He just seems to be kind of pointing at things. Several of the people in rags, seem to be like when he gestures with his hands, seem to like switch from using picks to shovels or rakes and the like.
How is their progress?
They're about 30 feet down with about a 100-foot wide crater at the top.
Holy hell, they moved quick.
You think this is maybe 2 days worth of digging?
Okay.
Because you can only see like 3 or 4 people that are actually doing the digging.
So based on what Lucina remembers and the And then based on the crater that I'm seeing right now, if they were trying to find the entrance, and I know how big this thing is roughly. Yeah.
They're in the center of the caldera. They're gonna end up like on the top of the disc, not on the side.
Yep, exactly. So, like, given that information, it'll take them another several days to dig to one of the sides, and then another several days if they don't get lucky to dig to one of the entrances.
Uh-huh.
So we have at least, given the current rate of, we have 16 days, give or take, before they successfully find an entrance. I mean, that's being generous and, rounding a lot, but so we have time. Okay. All right. Well, then I will zoom back down the mountain.
All right, you zoom back down the mountain.
He'll be zooming down the mountain. He'll be zooming down the mountain.
I spent too much time spying, so I run out of fly like 1 minute before I get down there and tumble the rest of the way down.
Just Leo's being like skid marking the side of the mountain.
Yep. Just like
make
proper
deck
Looney
save.
Tunes.
Yeah,
That would be like a
have to make
series of deck saves.
Eats shit, slides into the party, has some dust on his face, but no injuries.
Oh, no. Underdark wouldn't just have that. If I slid into the party, you all would be making deck saves.
Fortunately, while it is somewhat steep, it's not that steep. And you're able to come to a controlled stop.
Yeah. But, yeah, so get back to the party, inform them. Well, it looks like they're digging, but they're digging in the dead center, so it's going to take them a couple of weeks to actually find an entrance. I'm assuming you close it up when you're done, right?
Yeah?
Right? No, you didn't. You left the doors open because you had to pry them open.
Maybe.
Oh, it's dark. You pulled the doors open. Man console to the exit. And left them open behind you. And I couldn't say anything because I was dead. But anyway,
In
so yeah,
my
we have a
defense,
lot of
I
time.
was a little more concerned about some other stuff.
Yeah, survivability. I understand. I'm teasing. It's amusing more than belittling. I'm like, I think it's funny. That's like, oh yeah, leave the doors all the way to the center open. But
There's still the giant ethereal spider.
oh yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah,
Jeff-
that possibly
brother?
can now get out through that open doorway you left. And it might be somewhere
We've seen
in
it
the
pass through the
world.
fucking walls. If it wanted to leave, it could have left. It was.
I know, but I want to
enjoying
wind
hunting
up
grounds.
Gilbert. It could be stalking you right now.
It followed us everywhere.
It's got his big old bucket of popcorn. It's like, this is the best thing I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, we have another
Nice
rendition
try,
of Peaches.
Underdark. I passed my wisdom save.
We have a new rendition of Peaches. I love this. Peaches was an imp that followed around the Friday Night Guys because we were an amusing group of humans to him.
Peaches was also not a giant, filthy fucking spider.
Peaches.
Well, yeah, but he would do things like they would see him after a big fight they were in, and he'd be just like sitting there on the top of like a ruined roof, eating out of a can of peaches, and like gave him like a thumbs up, like, yeah, it was great.
Like a big brawl with zombies, and he's just chilling, watching the whole time. He's like, "Hey, that was pretty cool. I'm gonna follow you guys around now." But anyway, all right. So back down the mountain we go. We'll kind of go, somewhat east as we're descending, and start making our way to our planned destination.
Yeah, you're probably 3 hours away from Gale as night falls, heading in that direction.
All right.
You gonna camp in the spooky, destroyed woods?
Yeah, we can pop a squat here. That's no big deal. Although I'm curious about that light. So did this fellow in blue look like a wizardy folk?
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
All right. Kind of figured. Smart to at least bring one wizard with you. But yeah, let's camp 3 hours from Gale.
All right. Are you guys saying a watch or just going to sleep?
Same watch as
I'll
before.
watch.
Well, put it in chat. I don't remember the watch.
Hey, Under, what watch do I take?
The Rolex, I'm assuming?
What? No. That'll be
Pretty
too
sure they're
easily
Fossil.
spotted.
They're reasonably good quality for their price.
No. It'd be too easily spotted on me. It looks too good. It doesn't look sufficiently generic NPC enough.
Ah, so you're using the Casio Digital.
There we go. See, that looks like a dad. Or an NPC.
All right. So, night falls. Do you set up Lehman's tiny hut, or are you just bivacking out in the open?
Tiny hut.
Okay. So, you're on watch, Freeman. About an hour into your watch, halfway through it. You see some figures emerge out of the darkness. They're maybe, let's see, this would be forest. They'd be about 90 feet away when you see them. They don't appear to be taking any particular efforts to hide themselves. You see 3 figures in plate armor with kind of somewhat lowly glowing swords of an obvious infernal nature.
Direction is the only information I need that I'm waking the party.
To the west. You said you're waking the party?
Yep.
All right.
As soon as I see him.
Yeah, so you start waking the
Start
party.
getting confused.
The party wakes up. As you guys are waking up, you hear this low, rumbling voice echo out. Return the soul, or suffer our curse.
Someone's been watching Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Yeah.
That episode just gave me nightmares.
Return the soul, or suffer our curse.
Well, I quite like it, so I'm going to keep it. Is that okay?
Return the soul, or suffer our curse.
Oh. Underdark. I take a spare boot and I throw it out at them. Here, take the soul.
We do have a bunch
Just
of gnome
leave
clothes,
us
so we
be.
could
Are
just
you
eat some gnome boots at 'em.
trying to hit them?
They're
90 feet away.
I never said I was trying to hit him in the
Okay.
head.
Okay.
He's just throwing a soul out there for him.
So you throw out the boot. And you hear them echo out a third time. Return the soul, or suffer our curse.
Should be a little more specific. What kind of curse we talking here?
A moment passes and they do not respond, instead beginning to advance across the ground closer to you.
Ah, excellent.
They are now 80 feet away and closing.
You know,
70 feet.
This kind of irreverent behavior from us is what's going to get us killed one day.
60 feet.
Well, you guys ready for a
50
fight?
feet.
Time stop.
Ooh.
Okay. You cast Time Stop. Go ahead and roll it, Lucina. Okay, so they are currently 50 feet away from your bubble. You have 3 more actions. Basically, you get 3 free turns before time resumes. What do you do?
Alrighty. Give me a second while I scroll back down.
We do have like 40 of the cheap grenades.
Yeah, I'd rather save those.
But they're the ones we can get more of pretty easily.
Are any of them pre-bundled?
I have 2 in groups of 5, but like I have 2 satchels that would
Wait,
be like on the outside
how
of
do
my
those
backpack.
how do those satchels scale? I only have the information for the old ones.
We haven't done the using 5 of the grenades. So Underdark, for your memory, this is the thunder powder or
Mhm.
the blasting powder. But we
Yeah.
haven't done a satchel charge version. Well, I haven't done where I put 5 of them in a bag together. Because I do have 2 of those made up, but we've never made up a dice roll for them.
It would be 48 for 5 of them.
Okay. So yeah, that would be two things of 48 then.
There is a loss of efficiency when you start stacking them together. It doesn't scale linearly.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, let's see then. Grab a set of those, I guess, as item interaction. I will.
Where were they
cast-
stored?
They were on the outside of my pack.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, the any explosives that
I was
like,
asking
big
because opening the
explosives that
portable
need-
hole's an action.
Ah,
Yeah.
no, that's in my gear.
Okay.
All right. So let's see here. Fire shield. I believe cold. Fire shield cold. That way I get resistance to fire damage. That'll be my first action.
Okay. So you have the warm shield, or you have the chill shield to grant you resistance to fire. Got it.
Yep. All right. So you said they're 50 feet away?
Yes. There are 3 of them.
Alrighty. I will run out to them,
Okay.
place down this satchel charge,
Okay.
back up to the dome.
All right. So that's what, 2 turns then you've used of the 3 for movement? Okay.
And then give me a second. I'm trying to scroll as effectively as I can without 1 second. All right, here we are. Would spiritual weapon end time stop?
No,
summons it.
summoning it would not end time stop. It, however, doesn't get any of your turns.
Right.
It's frozen as well.
Yeah. Actually, hold on. Let's see. So that's my concentration. I will slap protection from good and evil on myself.
Okay.
And once I get right up back to the hut. Sorry, I'm scrolling all the way back down again. You said there were how many?
There are 3 of them.
Cool. Upcasted. 8th level. Actually, no, hold on. That just gives me more targets. In that case, chain lightning.
Okay. Well, time is going to resume then. What are you targeting with chain lightning?
All 3 of them?
Okay. It's deck saves, right?
Yep.
They're chunky boys.
That do be passing. That being said, I will not be rolling.
Okay. You're just going to maximize? Oh, I do need the number. Okay.
80.
So they pass to half that. And you also see that it does not appear to be particularly effective. They do take damage. They're not
All
immune.
right, Pete, you win. I'll take Elemental Adept.
Mhm.
Anything else, Lucina, as we resume normal initiative turn?
Yeah, I'd scurry back into the dome.
Okay. Yeah, and you guys, now we are rolling initiative.
I go last. That would actually make a lot of sense.
Mhm.
So Freeman, you're gonna make sure you go first, right?
They can take a turn.
Blow them up.
Fortunately, I didn't roll high. Stein did, though.
It would be a shame if somebody blew them up.
All right, Stein, what do you do?
Are we blowing things up? Fireball. I don't know
Okay.
what we're blowing up, but I'm blowing something up. Fireball.
So I assume you're leaving the dome so that the fireball doesn't detonate and just covers the inside of the dome.
Right, yes. I don't want to blow up my buddies, but everything else is blow it up.
All right. Okay. Well, you're targeting the enemies, so they have to make dex saves, I believe.
Yes. Oh my god. Well, 2 passed.
Yep. And then the grenades also explode.
And that's a DC 12, so.
Yeah, so they all pass that. Just how many grenades was it? 5?
It was a satchel charge 5, so it'd be, 48.
Okay.
Oh, so my fireball set off the chain reaction?
Yes. So do your fireball damage, because they do take that. In addition, what types of grenades were they? What color?
No, they were the blasting.
Oh, the blasting powder. Sorry, I thought you meant the
Yeah.
the actual grenades. Okay.
Nope,
yeah, so
no.
it's just those are thunder damage, if I recall.
Correct.
Yep.
Yep, they're
so,
just 1d8.
38 points of fire damage.
Yeah, and then 4d8 Stein for the satchel charge you just detonated.
How much do I roll?
4 delta 8. Okay.
18.
Yeah. So you see that the fire is also not particularly effective. However, the thunder of the satchel charge does in fact do full damage to them. However, they do manage to dodge most of both of them. Just passing the dex save helps with that.
Well, that's good. Because I pretty much only do thunder damage.
Well, thing still alive? Is it injured?
Yeah, they're all 3 of them are showing signs of injury. None of them are bloodied yet.
They look like, what do they look like? This night thingy up here that you posted earlier?
Yeah, just these implacable, darkly colored, infernal-looking suits of armor with these odd-looking Kopesh-like swords. This is advancing towards you guys.
How far are they from us?
50 feet, 50.
50. Okay. I am going. Stein. I'm gonna run. I have 55 feet of movement, so I'm gonna move up to them. I am going to action surge, and then I'm gonna thunder step away back to where the party is.
That's
Call it
great.
rolling this.
All right. That's what a con save for that.
Yeah.
All right. And what's the radius on Thunderstep? Is it 5 or 10?
10 feet.
Awesome. That hits all 3 of them.
Space I leave.
Ah, perfect. Go ahead next round.
Well, you still made it into this round.
Yeah, but Freeman's at 14.
They all passed, but they take another.
Oh,
15
right. Stein
points
is going
of
right now.
damage.
Yeah, then I'll be fine.
Nice.
And then I'm back with the party and I'm done.
All right. Yeah, you step back into the Lehman's tiny hut. Upon seeing your obvious hostility, the one in the center, the one that you saw fail the fireball, or sorry, it's the one that passed the fireball, is going to begin casting a spell.
I got a feeling I know what that spell is.
Tiny hut then disappears as he dispels it.
Lagasp.
Oh, well, I see we've encountered the fun police.
The other two then move forward
good.
40 feet. The one on the left emitting an ear-piercing wail. And I need all of you to make a charisma saving throw.
Charisma?
Yes.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Am I within Ipvan's aura?
I believe
gonna
you're
say
all
we-
within Ipvan's aura.
We've got our paladin back.
Plus what?
It didn't matter for me.
Charisma saving throw.
+5.
Is this against a charm effect?
No.
Okay.
I'm right there with you, babe.
Oh, neat thing to mention.
Does a
I'm
Now
with
that
me in
I'm
the
level
same boat.
15,
I'm with y'all as well.
Yeah, level 15, Purity of Spirit. You are always under the effects of protection from evil and good. So, they'll be... Yeah,
Huh?
He's a level 15 paladin.
Okay.
Yep.
And
He's got some swanky stuff.
that's good.
Yes, very.
You broke up. Say again.
Yes, very.
All right. So, looks like Lucina and Ipvan passed. And we'll take half damage. The rest of you failed. And take 67 points of thunder damage and are deafened.
Wait. So I save for half?
You save for half and are not deafened.
And I'm resistant.
Ipvan also saves for half and is not deafened.
67 points of thunder damage.
Yes.
Holy balls. I need to think about killing them things. That almost killed me.
That was the one on the right. 10 feet away from where your orb used to stand. The one on the left is also going to cast a spell.
Oh shit.
As it disappears in a cloud of mist and appears directly in front of Freeman. Basically in melee with the entire party, but focusing on Freeman.
Misty Step.
Yes. And it is then going to swing its sword at you, Freeman.
All right. Nope, he missed.
He was already
It's a
missed.
shame.
You take 28 points of slashing damage. And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
All right.
Okay. Are you still up?
Yep.
Okay. It will then try to backhand you with its spiked gauntlet. Does a 19 hit you?
Yeah. That'll take me down.
That deals 12 necrotic damage.
Yeah, that takes
And
me
I
down.
need you to make a wisdom saving throw. Even though you're unconscious.
Even in the... Okay.
Okay.
As he's sent back to hell.
Not quite. Alright, Stone Soup.
Okay, so this one is attacking Freeman.
It just took Freeman down.
Yeah. What kind of shape is it in?
It looks to be slightly injured.
Okay, let's make it more than slightly injured.
Okay. As you walk up and start wailing at it.
Yes.
One hit.
One hit. All right. Well, that's one deck save. That is a pass against... restrained, so nothing happens. And 25 magical bludgeoning.
Alright, yeah, you dent some of his armor up. He is still not bloodied.
All right.
Anything else?
Then, No, that'll be it.
All right. Freeman. It's a failed death save. Ipfan.
Wait, Freeman is already rolling death saves?
Yes. I took him down.
I'm the target.
Yeah, they alpha striked him.
I'm the target, Ipfan.
Mm,
They're here
yeah,
for
that
me.
makes sense. Yeah.
Well, do your paladin shit against the devils.
Or you could bring him back
Yeah.
up.
Mm, I don't know which I should do. I think I'll take these guys down first.
Yeah, if you can kill the guy who knocked him unconscious,
Mm-hmm.
that'd be good.
How far is he?
He's in melee with you. He jumped into the middle of the party using Misty Step.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Well, let me check. First of all, bonus action first. Cast Staggering Smite.
As you cast your
And-
spell as a bonus action, he will use his reaction
Mhm.
to Mage Slayer you.
I don't know what that does.
He gets an attack of opportunity against you for casting a spell while in melee with him. If he hits you, you have to
Okay.
make a concentration save plus the damage. He just
Okay.
crits you with it.
Okay.
So you take 35 points of slashing damage. And first I need a wisdom save from you, because that's part of the attack.
Wisdom.
Yes. Okay. And then you need to make a Constitution saving throw at disadvantage. That is to keep hold of your spell. Otherwise, you still expend the slot but lose the spell in the bonus action. The DC is 18. Or 17, sorry.
Hold on.
So you expend the bonus action, but he interrupts your spell, and you don't have the spell. You still have your normal action, but your bonus action just got expended with the spell slot.
Okay. I'm still gonna regular smite with this anyway.
Go right ahead. Try to hit him.
First.
Miss.
Yep. Second.
That hits him.
Mm-hmm. Let me check my weapon thing, because I remember this thing has
It's particularly good against devils and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Oh, add a +2 to both attacks. If it's undead or, yeah.
Well, that would apply. A 15 would still miss, however.
Okay. It takes extra 1d8 radiant damage. Okay.
Yes, it does.
Yep. And with my smite, what level smite should I go? I'm thinking
As high as you can.
as high as I can.
Yeah, when
Okay.
fighting
fourth
fiends
level.
and
You
undead,
just seen
always go
Stone Soup
ham.
smash into one of them really hard, and it didn't bloody it, with all of the damage it already taken. These guys are
Mhm.
very thick boys. So burn all of your high levels that you can.
Fourth level plus an extra d8 because this thing
Uh-huh.
plus an extra d8 from weapon.
Uh-huh.
So that's how many d8 is that? I don't know.
So, type up the following: 1d8 plus your strength mod, plus 1d8,
Mm-hmm.
plus a second 1d8,
Where's the 2d8? Isn't he smiting?
plus 6 more d8.
He's fourth level smite.
D8,
There we go. Yeah.
d8 plus strength plus d8 plus
D8
d8
plus 6d8.
So 2d8. Hold on. D8 plus strength mod plus d8 plus 68.
No, plus d8 plus
Extra
6d8.
d8.
Just type it in chat for him.
Yeah, let me type it up.
Smash.
This is what you need.
Plus your
Oh,
strength
and put
mod.
your strength mod in there.
Okay.
Doesn't matter where. Yeah, when fighting fiends and the undead, always go bonkers. Restraint is for the dead.
Also, we're mid-long rest, so there is no reason to hold out.
Exactly.
So yeah, you hit him, and with that smite, you realize that your smite
all of it
is
is radiant.
especially effective against him.
Oh,
All of it is radiant.
Ah, they're vulnerable to radiant as well.
It's a sunblade. It's only radiant.
Uh-huh. Ah,
Yeah.
okay. And with that, he is bloodied.
Ah, very nice.
All right. Anything else, Ipfon?
Let me check. Other. What's this do? You can show. Nah, this guy is Mage Slayer, so no, I won't do that.
Well, and you already did that, so.
No, it's a different thing.
So it's just occurred to me, but they're here for him, which means rather than attacking anybody else, they're just going to stab him while he's on the ground so they can get his soul back. And he's already failed one death save. Which means somebody either needs to pick him up or pull him out of there, or they're just going to
All
kill
right.
him.
Well, if Ipfon's done, Lucina, it's your turn.
Stein has a healing potion on him that he can do. I got
okay.
radiant.
Yeah, I got a few.
All right. Are any of them in melee with me?
Yes, the one that's bloodied is in melee with you.
Well, I'm flying back 10 feet.
Okay.
And let me double check my numbers here really quick. I want to make sure I'm using the correct quantity of resource.
Now, by back, are you going back towards the other two or back away from them?
So that I am not in melee with any of them.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
don't really have a
Do you want to be
visual of
10
what the
feet or
battle
20?
map looks like.
Do you want to be 10 feet from the other two or 20 feet from the other two? When all is said and done.
If I'm 10 feet from the other two, how far does that put me from the third?
10. Like the third one you're in melee with. So you're backing up 10 feet from him. The other guys are 10 feet from, you at the moment.
Okay.
So if you were to back up 10 feet, you could put yourself in melee with the other two, or you could double that to 20 feet using just that 10-foot move.
Yes. Okay, so my goal here, tell me if this is possible. I want to fly out of melee, do my spell bullshit, get back into the group so I'm by...
Yeah, you can do that. That's no problem.
Okay. Yeah, that's the goal. All right. So, the math checks out. I shall be expending an 8th level spell. I shall expend sorcery points to twin spell. And I shall be using a guiding bolt.
Okay.
Who are the two most fucked up looking dudes?
Well, there's the bloodied one in the middle of the party, and then the other two look to be slightly injured.
Yeah, fuck him and fuck the other one that's in melee. We'll just go with nuking those two.
Okay. Roll to hit then.
First on bloodied, second on other. Here we go. Don't fuck me now, dice.
Those will both hit.
All right. Let's see. So that's 4d6 plus 1 per level. Okay, so 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11d6.
Okay. Are you rolling them separately for damage?
Shouldn't I be rolling them separately?
Yeah.
Because they're separate attack rolls?
Yep.
Wait, so what kind of question was that?
Just verifying.
Yeah, I think that was more of a confirmation.
Okay. Here we go.
Some people think they cast one spell to get one damage roll, so like Fireball or something. That's why I was confirming it.
Or some people that use Magic Missile only roll 1d4, and it never made sense to me.
That's so weird. Otherwise, like I could twin spell lightning thing and maximize them both.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying you have to roll them separately.
Right.
I was just confirming it. That's all, because you don't normally do
yeah,
this.
I got you. I got you. That's a lot of 5s.
That is. The one in melee now looks to be near death.
And they've been guiding bolted, and I'm going to get back in with the group.
Okay. And the other one is slightly more injured. The Radiant did seem to be especially effective against them. Anything else to see now?
Nope.
Stein.
How far are these guys apart?
The two that are not in melee with the party are adjacent to each other. The one in melee with you is in the middle of the party.
How far are the two that are adjacent? How far are they away?
They are, from your current position, 15 feet from you.
Stein, you need to pick Freeman up or he's going to die.
Remember?
Freeman's unconscious and bleeding out.
Yes, and their goal here is to kill him, which means they're going to stab him as soon as they get a turn. So you need to pick him up.
That's why we asked you before?
Okay. I will use one of the spray gun I have. I think I have a spray gun. Yeah, I have a spray gun that heals.
Yeah, you do have the healing paint can.
I have the healing paint can. What is the one shot with it is what? What is it? 2,
Let me
3.
look it up. I don't remember.
I can't
2d12.
remember. I gotta find it. I'm trying to find it. I'm looking for it, but I can't find it.
Oompa loompa doompa dee doo.
I'm looking for.
I've
Okay,
got
here
a
it is. Here it is.
healing potion
Healing
for
gun.
you.
I'm gonna shoot him with one of the blasts, the healing gun, one of the charges.
Yep. Should be 2d12.
Oompa loompa
Yeah, I had to look it
doompa
up.
dee dee.
Alright, so Freeman, you heal for 19, are awake and prone on the ground with a level of exhaustion.
And then I'm gonna place my hand on him, and I'm gonna misty step me and him away.
Misty Step doesn't let you take a passenger.
It doesn't.
That's Dimension Door, mister.
Or face step.
Or that.
Now, if you were an object, you could.
You can take an object wherever you want.
I'd have to be dead for me to be an object, though.
And that would be suboptimal.
Well, I don't think you have a Revivify, do you?
Wait a minute now. Then let me ask you a question. Could I move him? Well, no, he was bleeding out. He wasn't.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't dead. Yeah. Anyway, I'm awake with hit points. Go from there.
And as a bonus action, I'm going to. You know what? I'm going as a bonus action. I'm going to cast Healing Word on him.
Okay.
Nine more.
All right.
All right.
That's all I got. You better make use of it.
All right. Their turn.
Fortunately, they go first.
Okay.
See, if I'd have done what I wanted, I was going to kill the one that's in melee with us and probably injure the other two.
So the one in melee with Freeman is going to stab him.
I called down the thunder and killed them both. Killed them all.
18 hits you?
Lucky bastard. That's my AC.
22 slashing damage.
Still up?
And a wisdom save.
All right. Pew.
Okay. And then he is just going to punch you with his spiked gauntlet. 14 hit?
He missed.
All right.
Finally, shit.
The one that wailed is going to use a bonus action to disappear in a cloud of mist
Oh, fuck.
and appear on the other side of Freeman. He is not in melee with anybody but Freeman. He's just on the other far side of the party, basically.
Freeman, if they drop you again, I'm killing all of them. You as well.
And he's going to try and stab Freeman.
Yep. Hit. I'll be down from that.
Which is 17 slashing and another wisdom save. Okay. And you're unconscious?
Yep.
He will then...
But my death saves are reset.
Yep. He will then use his other attack to grapple you. And he then begins dragging you away from the party, moving 20 feet away.
If I was conscious, he'd have a hard time doing that.
Indeed. The third one is going to disappear in a cloud of mist, appearing on the other side of the party, next to where the second one has Freeman, and is going to begin casting a spell that takes longer than one action. So he continues casting it, standing to the side of the guy holding Freeman. Stone Soup.
Okay, how far away is the guy holding Freeman?
20 feet.
20 feet. Okay. And
There
there's
is a
another
guy in melee with you still. That one appears to be, well and truly bloodied.
Well then we'll lay one attack against him.
All right, roll to hit. You hit.
I need a
Can we get some
dex
crits on our side of the table?
Looks like you failed that.
save. All right, that is 16 magical bludgeoning.
Okay. Doesn't the number one red? Nice.
And then one is fire. Should I roll this?
Yes, he's not immune. He's only resistant.
Wait, sorry, it's 2d8.
No, it's 2d6.
Oh, it is 2. Yeah, no, I'm getting confused with
All right, yeah, and with your attack, he does look to be near death.
All right. Let me think about this. No, I can't afford to. Unfortunately, I can't finish him off right now because I need to go after Freeman. However, he will not get his attack of opportunity because I attacked him.
Okay.
So I'm going to go to the one that is holding Freeman and wrench Freeman from his clutches.
Okay. So you run up to the one holding Freeman. Make a strength athletics check contesting his strength athletics check.
That's not a very high roll. Shit.
He keeps a hold of him.
All right. Well, I tried. They're about to pull him back to hell, so somebody better do something about that. Because that is all I got.
Okay.
That's it for my turn.
All right. Freeman, death save. That's one pass. Ipfan.
Mm-hmm.
What
How
do you
far
do?
are the two with Freeman?
20 feet. There's one in melee with you.
Is Freeman still down?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Stan, you got him?
Huh?
You got him? Next round?
No.
Well,
I'm
be
killing
more concerned
things.
about the devils trying to cast a dimension door or a portal of some kind.
Yeah, to get him out of there. They're trying to take him back to hell. We have to kill them.
Stab the one casting the spell.
Yeah.
Nuke his ass.
But I'm in melee with one, so.
So
Doesn't
provoke
matter.
attack of opportunity.
Kill that one then, and then Because I'm
I
calling
could.
it.
I could
I'm
try that,
radiant
I could
bursting
try
them when it's my turn. I'm telling you exactly what I'm doing. We can always bring Freeman back. We're gonna
Again.
get 3 death saves.
You'll have a body this time, though.
I mean, yeah.
Effectively, what you're saying, Impvon, is that while you are in melee, the one who's casting a spell is of higher priority to be killed.
Don't you have a spell or something?
To not have opportunity attack? No.
Like a ranged spell? You don't have that?
An opportunity attack isn't
No.
going to take
Paladin
you out.
build, not really.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I mean, they have some range, but not a lot. They're mostly melee.
You're right.
Mhm.
Well, you could
Alright,
always
fuck
just eat the attack of opportunity.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll do that.
So
I'll
you're
run
running
after
up to
the
the...
one casting the spells.
All right. Well, the excuse me, the one by you is going to make an attack of opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
And Ipvon, if you're going to cast a spell, might I recommend cast the spell, then move into melee with the enemy?
Okay. So as you leave the first one's zone of control, you take 15 points of slashing damage, and I need you to make a Wisdom saving throw.
They have the sentinel feet. You can't move. That'd be stupid.
No, they do not have the Sentinel feat.
Which saving throw?
Wisdom.
They'd be broken as fuck if they had the Sentinel feat for this mission.
They've already got Mage Slayer.
Okay. Yeah, so you're out of that guy's zone of control. You're going into the zone of control of the one casting the spell.
I guess.
Okay. You run up to him. He's going low, except, evil.
Mm-hmm. He can't do Mage Slayer, can he? If he's in the middle of casting a spell.
Yes, he can.
He
Ipvon,
can? Okay.
Yes.
if you're
then I
going to put a
won't.
smite on it, the way that stuff mechanically lets you do it, cast the spell before going into melee, then go into melee and hit him.
Bit too late for that.
No, it's not.
You haven't gone into melee yet.
I haven't? I
No,
thought
you haven't moved.
You have 20 feet to cross, so you'll have a 10-foot space in between them that you can cast a spell, and none of them can hit you.
Oh, okay, then I cast Staggering Smite again.
All right. Yeah, cast Harrying Smite as you then run up to
As
this
a bonus
guy.
action.
And then what do you do once you're in melee with this spellcaster?
Gotta fucking attack him.
Roll to hit. Miss.
Mhm.
God damn it, the dice are just fucking us trying to make this not happen.
That
Damn it.
hits.
Gets him on the backswing.
Let me check what level spells I have. Third level Smite plus D8 from Sword plus extra D8 from these guys being undead. That's D8 plus Strength plus D8 plus D8 plus 4 D8? I think.
Hold on. Okay.
Go
So
with
I've
play
accounted f-
Paladin, so he's got all these
yeah,
numbers in his head.
I've accounted for your regular smite. What kind of smite are you putting on staggering?
Mm-hmm.
All right. What are the dice on that?
Oh yeah. That
What are the-
applies this time.
what-
Let me check. It is Staggering Smite 46 psychic damage.
All right. So this is what you need to roll.
Okay.
Sorry. I know the paladin scaling stuff pretty easily. Played one for years.
He pumped a lot of smites.
And that 46 you said is psychic?
Mm-hmm. And if he's still alive, he has to make a wisdom.
Hang on.
And your comm dropped, so which save against what? What's the effect?
Stun, I think.
Wisdom saving throw on a failed, it has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks, and can't take reactions until the end of its next turn.
Nice.
Okay, so the radiant damage is especially effective. And dealing that much damage, it is actually not possible for him to maintain concentration. The spell is lost. His once per week spell is lost.
Hey,
Good thing there's two other
Oh,
ones.
man.
Ifan, how strong are you?
And then, Ipfon, you said he had to make a wisdom save?
Yeah, mine.
Yes. Let me check the saving throw for you.
I think a 20 will pass.
Yeah, he'll pass with a 20.
Yes.
So no fun effects.
Sadly.
But you did disrupt the spell he was casting. Anything else in your turn?
Nah.
Okay. Lucina. And that guy is now bloodied, by the way.
Nice.
Epic.
Lucina, you are in melee with the near-death one.
All right. So some dudes relocated. How are they grouped up?
They're adjacent to each other.
Adjacent, you say?
Yes, and one of them is currently grappling the unconscious Freeman.
Is Freeman grappled in a manner that if I had to selectively target an AoE, I'd have to be concerned about blasting him to smithereens?
Yes. You would want to be careful with where you place that blast. Also, because Ipfon's in melee with them.
If they're holding him
Every
unconscious, you
favor,
might be able to
Lucina.
hit only them and Ipfon by clipping their heads.
Indeed.
Either bring Lucina up. Bring Ifan, Freeman up to his feet, or not. How many death fails do you have, Freeman?
None right now.
Okay, good.
All right, so
If you're hit with an attack, if it's not over your,
Yeah, I know.
okay, you don't die.
So-
okay.
if I may,
Oh,
under three of
Mhm.
them. One of them is grappling Ipfon. Sorry, not Ipfon. One of them is grappling Freeman.
Yes.
And how injured are the three of them?
So the one grappling Freeman is slightly injured. The one next to him that Ipfon hit that was previously casting the spell just got bloodied by Ipfon's attack. And they're 20. Those two are 20 feet away from you. The one in melee with you is near death.
Okay, bonus action, fly away. I'm going to target the two more injured ones, including the one I just got out of melee with.
Okay.
Twin spell, 3rd level guiding bolts.
Well, roll to hit. First one against the one that you were in melee with. The second one, the one that Ipfon hit. You miss Ipfon's, but you do hit the one that was near death.
Let me double check my resources. I might have just enough to reroll. Nope. Oh well.
Exactly, Ipfon. You're learning.
Also, I believe I'm over there as well.
Yes.
Yes.
That is exactly how that functions, Ipfon. You now understand. All right, so that's 17 radiant times 2 to the one that I hit.
Which destroys it. Only the two by Freeman remain. Anything else?
Nope. Actually, I will reposition myself in a manner that will give Stein an easier firing solution. I assume he's about to nuke the battlefield.
Well, I have one of two options. I'm going to discuss it on my turn.
Yeah, so I move assuming that I am trying to give him an optimal firing solution.
Okay. Stein?
Now I have two choices. They're only 20 feet away from me. I could get to Freeman, grab him, thunder step away, and they'll take damage, but they'll continue to follow. Or I can hope that it kills them by calling down the sunbeam. But if it don't kill them, it'll give Freeman a death save, and they will go before him, won't they?
I can't recommend either of those because if you try to Thunder Step next to them, they're going to Mage Slayer you, and there's 2 of them.
Oh yeah, they have Mage Slayer. That's
Yeah,
right.
so I would do neither of those things.
Well, then I have to do something.
Do
Walk
you
up
have
and
anything that
grab
does
Freeman.
knockback?
All right. Okay then. Okay then. We'll do this the old-fashioned way. I will ignite the Darksaber, and I will move into attack range and attack the bloodiest one.
All right, you run up to the one that Ipfan just hit and is bloodied. Roll to hit.
All right, let's see. I'm trying to get my thing. Hold on.
Well, those both hit. What type of damage is that?
Psychic.
Alrighty. So with your psychic blows, he now is looking to be near death.
And that's all I got.
Already. Their turns. Okay. Well, the one that Ipfan and Stein have hit is a little pissed at you guys. He lost his spell. So he's going to first stab at Ipfan.
Mm-hmm.
Does a 16 hit
That
you?
does not hit.
Alright, then he's
No.
going to use his spiked gauntlet to strike out at Stein. Does a 23 hit Dr. Stein? Stein?
Say again.
Does a 23 hit your armor class?
It does not.
Excellent. How does that not hit your armor class?
Well, I can cast shield.
Are you
I have
casting shield?
23. I have a 23 exactly.
Right, so that will hit at 23. If it meets, it hits. Are you
Right.
casting shield?
Yes, I am.
Well, then as a reaction, he's going to use Mage Slayer as you reaction shield.
Okay.
So this occurs prior to shield. Does 17 misses?
That miss.
Yep. So then your shield goes off and you block his hand as well.
So he attacked in the middle of attacking.
Yes, he did.
Wonderful.
Different hand.
It's
He,
fun
he
how
was,
that works.
he was backhanding and then stabbed. Anyway,
He stabbed me twice, and I said no.
yeah. Let's see. This guy's holding Freeman. Fight's going against them. He's just going to stab Freeman.
Yeah, I had a feeling they'd start doing.
S-
Gotta get the soul back to hell.
So that's a crit. Does a 23 hit your max HP, Freeman?
It doesn't even quarter it.
All right. Well, that's 2 failed death saves, and I need a wisdom save. All right, critical hits are 2 fails. Yeah, now
They are.
I'm doubting myself.
No, they are.
The critical hits are 2 fails.
Alrighty. And he still has one other attack. Stone Soup's there. He'll punch at Stone Soup. You reckless, didn't you?
I did. This is the GM being nice.
So, does a 30 hit Stone Soup?
Yep, that hits.
Don't say that, Pete. We're stone cold. We show no mercy. You don't know what you're talking about.
10 necrotic damage, and I need a wisdom save from you.
Mm.
And it
Am
would have been
I
merely an
within
order of
Ipfan's
operations.
aura at this distance. Oh, no, he's in melee too, isn't he?
He did run up into melee. You are in his aura.
Yep, and this is, sorry, a con save?
Wisdom.
Wisdom.
Nice try.
+5.
Sneaky.
Ah.
Nobody has failed this thing yet.
No, that fails this one.
Yeah,
Isn't he in the? Oh no, the aura.
that is the aura.
You gain 4 levels of exhaustion.
No,
Oh
good.
my dear God!
It's okay, I'll be
Jeez.
fine.
Oh yeah, that's right. He can't die even from exhaustion.
I'll
Punch,
take another one.
punch the electrolytes right out of you.
What is the bonuses for being at 4?
Stone soup.
Hold on, I have to look up what being at exhaustion 4 does.
Half speed, disadvantage on attacks and saves. Max HP halved.
Alright. Alright, let's see, that is...
Basically, disadvantage on any d20 you roll. Half
These
speed,
things
half
can
max
kill
HP.
you- These things can kill you by either losing hit points or killing you from exhaustion.
Yes.
Oh my dear God! These are some soft.
Okay, that is going to change the amount of HP I have right now.
Yes.
And disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws and ability checks, and my speed is halved.
Yes.
Well, I was going to try and pull him out of there, but now I'm going to have a harder time doing that.
Just
Yes.
hit 'em.
I'm going to have a harder time doing that.
Well, you can flatten the roll with reckless.
Yeah, but I'm probably not going to hit them.
And then he also has disadvantage on saves, so any attacks against him with that whiz save are just going to keep doing that.
Yep.
He can't die. And then he'll reform. I don't know how it works, but however
It takes amount of time that'll be longer than this round. This
I think it takes a minute, is what I said.
I think
Okay.
yeah.
So somebody
a minute.
really needs to pick up Freeman again because they were just hell-bent on killing him. Haha. Let's see. I am going to try and pull him out of there against my better judgment.
Okay. Well, it is a contested strength athletics. I believe you're at disadvantage.
Yep, so just a flat D10 for me.
Uh-huh. No, you still get a d20. You don't have to reduce it
Yep.
to a d10.
Oh, yeah. My modifier's a 10, so I... Oh, well. I'm
He
going to
keeps
try
hold.
again.
All right.
Yes.
You grab him as we
You both
double crit
crit.
each other.
They both crit.
Stone Soup's just stronger.
All right,
Yeah,
but
I
you
think
grab the Freeman.
Now, let's see. My speed is halved. So with my movement speed, I can only get 25 feet.
Yes.
However, if I spend my bonus action to rage again, I can move another 25. So, what's around me? Where can I get to from here?
There is a decrepit tree 25 feet to your southwest.
Excellent. I'm gonna,
And its roots have kind of formed like a hollow depression in the ground.
Yep, I'm gonna run out of melee, taking whatever attacks of opportunity.
Okay. Well, it's going to try to hit you with the sword.
All right,
You did not reckless, so
not this time.
He's
That
Does-
still hits though.
it still hits.
gonna go poof, and Freeman's gonna fall, take damage.
You take 18 points of slashing damage, and I need a wisdom save from you.
Okay, now this is what's probably going to kill me.
Well, he doesn't go poof. He turns into stone.
I should have thrown him instead. Oh well,
How are you holding Freeman?
in my hands.
Yep. How? If you turn
my
to
hands.
stone, how are you holding him?
I'm not. I don't understand your question.
It doesn't
Are
matter.
You grabbing
Stone
around
soup.
Yeah, are you grabbing around
Wisdom
the limb, or
save.
Are you grabbing my cloak?
No, I'm grabbing the whole thing.
Yeah, he like yanked you out like by a leg, and then grabbed you fireman carry, and he's just hauling ass.
Yeah, bodily. Let's see. Okay, and now wisdom save.
Yeah.
I haven't moved yet, so I'm still in the aura.
Well, you've moved 5 feet. You're still in the aura, but you didn't move. That's how you provoked the attack of opportunity.
Yes. Okay. And I have disadvantage.
Yes.
Let's hope this doesn't kill me.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Okay.
Predictable failure.
Yep, predictable failure. All right, you then run over to your tree.
Oh, no.
There's no apparent effect.
No apparent effect.
Uh-huh.
That's interesting.
Uh-huh.
All right. I run over to my tree, then I bonus action run another 25 feet.
That means something else happened.
Which direction are you running your bonus 25 feet?
What's beyond the tree?
More trees.
I run
And-
towards the more trees.
Okay. So you're just running away.
I am running away.
Okay. Yeah, because you're in like a hilly, dead forest.
Mhm.
So yeah, you're just running into the woods away from him.
Yep.
Okay. I believe that's it for your turn. Freeman, death save.
And he might just die anyway.
He might die in your hands.
Nope,
But he
I'll make
doesn't.
it.
Not yet, anyway.
All right.
Ipfon, you are in melee with both of these guys.
Turn loose.
Both.
Both. One looks to be near death. The other is slightly injured.
Okay. This is aimed at the one near death.
That hits.
Okay. How far is the other one next? Well, I can.
They're both in
thing
melee
is,
with
like,
you.
Yeah, I can target 2 different people. I'm pretty sure.
With multiple attacks, yes.
Yeah.
Are you doing that?
Yes.
Okay. Rolled it on again on the second one. You don't want to roll damage on the first one first, but alright. That hits as well.
Yeah. I will.
Oh, roll your separate damages.
Yep. Okay. Let's get this sorted. What I'll do for both 3rd level smites. So that's okay. I just did what I did earlier and then remove the psychic damage because it
Yes.
was the exact same. Just need to find where I rolled it.
Nobody else is in melee but Stein and Ipfon. We're the only ones with the lightsaber swinging.
Yep. So d8 plus 5 plus 2d8 plus 5d8. Hold on. This is for the the bloody guy.
Okay. That destroys him.
And this is for the other one.
Alright, that guy is not quite bloodied.
This is all radiant.
Anything else?
Yes! Actually, I said bonus action. Oh, wait. Let me check. Uh, 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 okay, well, how about this? Nah. I won't do it. I'll save it.
Okay. Lucina then.
All right. Distance and health.
15 feet, not yet bloodied.
The other 2 have been eliminated.
Yes.
Awesome. All right.
There's only one left.
Well, since lightning bolts aren't very effective, I'm just doing guiding bolts. Guiding bolts 7th level.
Okay, roll to hit.
I mean, yeah, that would do damage.
That hits.
Damn, if only I hit a crit. $10d6.
Midi.
Well, that guy's now bloodied.
This thing's better retreat because it ain't looking good for him.
You know what? Who's around this guy?
Me and Ipfon.
Ipfon and Stein.
I'll get into melee with him.
Okay.
I'm feeling good about myself. That'll be my turn.
Alrighty. Stein.
I am going to engage the last one.
Okay.
Well, fucking hell.
You do not hit him.
No.
Do you do anything else?
They have what you call it as a Mage Slayer is a reaction, so if I cast a spell, they'll attack me. It's an item interaction. No, I don't think I'm gonna do anything. I don't think I have anything I can do.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm done.
Alright. His turn. Well, he's going to look at the three of you. Look over at Stone Soup some 50 feet away. And as a bonus action, is going to cast Misty Step. 30 feet away, he appears. Floats the remaining 20 feet over to Stone Soup. And stabs him in the back.
Stab Stone Soup in the back.
Does an 18 hit Stone Soup?
That does hit.
Dark Soul sneak attack.
Does a 19 slashing damage.
Okay.
And I need a wisdom save from you.
Oh my god.
Easy. It does a lot of damage.
Hold on a second, I gotta do math. Alright. Surprisingly high roll.
Okay. Again, no apparent effect. And then he tries to punch you with his gauntlet.
Okay.
Does a 16 hit you?
Yep.
I see the thing from fucking
At this level, like, if you have less than 20
Elder
AC, you
Scrolls.
may as well just, like, not make attack rolls.
I mean, I only rolled a 16, on it, so that's 14 points of necrotic damage.
Alright.
And I need you to make another wisdom save.
There we go.
You gain 2 more levels of exhaustion and die.
God fucking damn it. Somebody else get over here.
Don't
But that is all he got. Stone Soup is a corpse. Freeman, death save.
I add a second trophy to my shelf.
Well, you stabilize.
I just needed one more goddamn turn.
Ipfon. He is 50 feet away from you.
Mm-hmm. Let me check my inventory.
Fucking 2 hours. God damn it, game.
What's it? What is it? Like a bonus action to change weapons or something?
It's an item interaction.
Okay, I changed to my crossbow.
Okay.
I'm significantly worse at, but you know, it's my only ranged thing.
Okay.
You can't get over there?
No, I only have 30 feet. He's 50 feet.
Yeah, that second 25 feet you moved, Pete.
Well, I was trying to get away from them, but apparently they have more movement than my compatriots.
Misty Step, yeah.
He misty stepped and then moved to you.
Mm.
That will not hit Ipfon. Anything else?
Oh wait, this is loading property thing, so I can't even do my other attack. Damn
Correct.
it.
Unless you crossbow expert feat.
No, I don't have that.
Alright.
I'm checking my bonus actions. He's too far away from Mage Slayer, right?
Unless he has a 50-foot reach, yes.
Okay.
I don't know. I think you might want to back up.
Oh, Okay, I will move. Move 30 feet,
Okay, he's 20 feet away
and
from you.
then. I don't think he has a 20-foot range.
You've only seen him have like a normal 5-foot reach.
Then bonus action, cast Sanctuary on. I'll say Freeman because he needs it more.
Okay.
So Freeman, you are okay until the spell ends, which is okay. Let me check. Okay, any creature who targets the warded creature with an attack or a harmful spell must first make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the creature must choose a new target or lose the attack or spell.
Indeed.
This spell doesn't protect the warded creature from area effects such as explosion or fireball.
Uh-huh.
If the warded creature makes an attack, cast a
Yeah,
spell
I'm aware of
that
Sanctuary. Do you do anything else? Is what I'm getting at. Sorry.
Okay. No.
All right. Lucina. He's 50 feet away from you. He's bloodied.
All right. I start by walking forward. I mean, flying. I'll go with walking forward 30 feet.
Okay, he's now 20 feet from you. You are next to Ipfon.
I will then fly forward 10 feet.
Okay. He's 10 feet away from you.
I will then, at the 5th level, blow him the fuck up with Guiding Bolt.
Roll to hit.
Actually, wait. How fucked up is Freeman?
He was bleeding out. It looks like he just stabilized. He's unconscious.
So if he gets tapped, he bleeds out again?
Yes.
You know what? This might be my only opportunity. So you know what? Change of plans. I'm not going to nuke this guy. Instead, I shall use the fantastical powers of Healing Word at the 5th level.
Okay, who are you healing?
Oh, why? The undead, of course. Freeman.
Okay. Well, you could have been doing yourself. But, oh, roll.
I've taken, no damage.
I don't think he can, actually. Can he?
Healing Word, you can target yourself with it.
It just says one living creature that can hear you, and I can hear
Yeah.
myself.
I thought it said, another in there.
Oh, wait. Isn't Freeman deaf?
Is he?
If it requires the creature to be able to hear you, deafened creatures can't receive a healing word.
Even if he's not deaf, he's unconscious.
Perhaps
Stein got away with it.
Perhaps I'll throw a healing potion.
Forgot about
at
that.
him. No, well, I guess.
No, it's not. It's not. You're thinking of Bardic Inspiration. I just read this. A creature of your choice that you can see within range.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's not Bardic.
So, no, Healing Word, they do not need to actually hear you.
Okay, in that case, I actually heal him then at the 5th
Yeah,
level.
roll it. That would be funny, though.
I can't hear you because you're fucking deaf.
Blessed be my dice.
All right, so Freeman, you wake up with 14 hit points and another level of exhaustion.
Woohoo!
Anything else, Lucina?
Well, let's see. That was my movement, bonus action, my action. Unless you want to give me a reaction movement. No, that's it.
All right, Stein.
How far is the guy from me?
50 feet, 5-0.
All right. Well, I'm gonna run up and stab him.
You have 50 feet of movement, right?
I have 55 feet of movement.
Nice. Yeah, you can run right up to him. Roll to hit. The 26 will hit him. Stein, did you hear me?
Yeah, I rolled. It just ain't posted yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sometimes Discord gets funny like that.
Seems to be funky tonight.
Yeah,
Especially.
it says it, but it hasn't done the.
Yeah, I haven't seen your roll. It looks like you didn't transmit.
I did. I posted it, but.
Yeah, I believe
You
you.
did it in the
It's just
wrong
Discord
channel,
being
mister?
funny.
I bet you did it in the wrong channel.
Oh, it posted it. Oh, I rolled the damage, but it still ain't. No, it's in this channel.
Can you just try again? That one went through.
Well, that was the same one. It just finally caught up.
Oh, okay.
Another one rolls with the exact same dice.
18
Psychic?
points of psychic damage. Yeah.
All right, yeah. I mean, it hurts him. He's still bloodied. Anything else?
No, that's all I can do.
All right. Well, on his turn, he is going to try and stab Freeman. So first he has to make a
Try.
wisdom save. Does a 12 pass Ipfon's saving throw DC?
Me?
You cast Sanctuary, so it's your DC. What's your saving throw DC?
Let me check.
He has a 20 charisma, so I'm gonna guess no.
Yeah.
Save DC is 18.
Say again, Ipfon?
18. 1 8.
18. All right. Yeah, so that fails, so he has to redirect it into Stein. Dr. Stein, does a 14 hit you?
No.
All right. Well, then he tries to punch Freeman. That he succeeds on the Sanctuary,
Mm-hmm.
Hey, at least that's.
and then he punches Freeman.
Oh,
So, Freeman, you take 8 points of necrotic damage,
I'm fine.
and I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
don't fuck up.
And I'm not an Ifan's aura, correct?
Correct. You are not an Ipfon's aura.
I failed.
Failure.
Do not roll high, roll low.
You take 1 additional level of exhaustion.
Hey, if he maxed out that, I would have died again.
Yes, you would have.
I have 2 levels now. I have 3.
Oh my god.
That's all
He's
he
a
can do.
fucking Cobalt press monster. Who knows what bullshit he has in store?
Freeman,
What?
it's your turn. You can do stuff.
I know I can finally do shit.
Kill
I
this
can't
thing.
do shit because I'm prone on the fucking ground, but I can do shit.
You should get up and run the hell away.
Yeah.
And hide.
Come back to us.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the party and through the melees. So half my movement speed to get up.
Okay.
15.
Uh-huh.
I have 15 feet to move. I'm gonna I'm going to bonus action disengage.
Okay.
And I do not know what the layout of the party is right now. What is the space?
So 20 feet from you is Ipfon. 10 feet from you is Lucina. Stein is in melee with you and the monster.
Okay.
Stone Soup is dead at your feet.
She'll be fine. I position myself between Ipfon and Lucina.
Okay. You can do
And
that.
then with my action,
You are 12 feet away from the monster.
With my action, I cast Guiding Bolt.
I'm sorry, 17 feet. But yeah, go ahead, roll to hit.
That would have been the time to get a crit, but it went the other way.
Yeah, yeah. As you shoot Stein in the back. Roll damage.
Friendly fire.
Stein, you got shot in the back for 13 radiant, and now you're glowing.
I'm a little woozy.
Anything else, Freeman?
Nope, that's it.
Ipfon.
Mm-hmm. Just checking what I have. Okay.
Go hit it with your sword.
You should
Yeah.
still have like another third or at least second level.
Yes. I have no more third, only second. Yes, I will run up to it. And I'll actually before I run up to it, I will cast. I don't have any other special smites readied. I'm out. Spell slots were staggering.
So you're just gonna hit him?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, roll to hit.
First one.
Miss.
Mm-hmm. Second one.
Still a miss.
Damn.
Anything else?
Yeah. Bonus action. Harness divine power.
What does that do?
You touch your holy symbol, utter a prayer, and regain one expended spell slot, which can be no higher than level 3.
Very nice. Anything else?
Nope.
Alright, Lucina.
5th level die, guiding bolt.
Roll to hit. Go on, shoot Stein in the back again.
Please don't.
What do you mean shoot him in the...
I
Stein's
shot him in the
behind
back.
me.
No, he's
No,
up in
Stein ran into melee with the monster.
I
Ipon's
am
behind
out.
you.
Guiding
Oh,
bolt.
really? Well, that's certainly rather silly. If this hits him, I am 5th leveling it. That's going to be rather
Yeah.
painful.
Uh-huh. Well, roll to hit. You hit the monster. Nice job.
Hooray. I've met bare minimum competency as an adventurer. 29 times 2?
That destroys him.
Yay.
And you guys are out of initiative.
Now, hey, I got a question. Were those actual monsters or you custom build those?
Those are actual monsters.
Yeah, they're straight up real.
Okay, because they seem like they were specifically built to fight us.
They
I
I would
are
say
not.
built. I would say picked.
I mean, yeah, they have just the abilities to counter everything we do.
What are you talking about? They didn't
The
have a counter
the
on
only
everything, dude.
the only thing I did was I weakened them in one aspect and strengthened them in another, just so that Gilbert wouldn't know exactly what they could do. The strengthening was obvious. I gave him Mage Slayer.
Mhm.
I'm burning my cure wounds up.
The
myself.
weakening is I chose not to give them the gate spell.
Ah, yeah, that would be pretty bad.
Yeah.
So they didn't just, when you turned hostile, just jump in 3 pit fiends to back them up.
Or because it's a concentration spell, cast the spell, walk him in, immediately drop concentration.
Yeah. Yeah. So that fight
That
would have
would've
been
been
very
really
different as
easier.
they had just taken Freeman and then
Yeah.
as an action opened a gate.
Yeah, Misty step in, grapple me, Misty step out, or well, gate, and then leave.
Anyway, but yeah, no, they are a straight up Kobold Press monster. I didn't invent these out of whole cloth.
Wow.
Yeah, Cobalt Press monsters are, like, honest to God, some of the most fun as a DM. Because Cobalt Press does not fuck around when they design these guys.
No, they don't.
All right, I'm happier with that.
I mean,
What's that?
I
I
need
chucked
to.
potion healing.
Hmm.
I chucked 2 of mine.
I'm gonna. I use the thing. Hang on.
Yeah, I used up both my cure wounds and then 2 of my potions of healing. So I'm not at 1 hit for anything equivalent to them things.
But yeah, Underdark, in practice though, the only things I knew about those monsters going in were I recognized the picture. I remember that like the blurb for making them is some of the most ridiculous like metal monster making process they could have described. And that like in addition to gate, they have some rather disgustingly brutal on kill effects.
Oh yeah, they do. They really do.
Like
All
those
right.
will always be the things that get stuck in my head
It's
whenever
a good
I
thing none of them killed
Cobalt
me.
Press.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
drink 2 healing potions and spray myself with the gun.
Okay.
And then
Oh yeah,
if
we
on-
spent way too long for a long rest, right?
Well, a long rest requires an hour of disruption. Since you actually Pete would end up being back in like a minute for Stone Soup. You should, did you roll the 3d6, Pete?
No.
You should do that now. But hey, at least it resets your exhaustion.
That doesn't reset mine.
Well, he rolled that it resets my exhaustion specifically when I die
Are
from
we having a
86
rest?
exhaustion, because
Or we
otherwise
just
it would
finished
kind
our
of
rest?
suck.
No, we're literally in first watch of a long rest.
Yes.
Okay, well then,
Oh
yeah,
man, we
can
got 3 more of those to get through.
Then we can go through our next. Oh my gosh.
So, are you then doing a 10-minute ritual to set up another Lehman's tiny hut, or are you buybacking in the open field?
I'm going.
Set
I'm
up
gonna
that
Do we
go
have
around-
the time?
Yeah, do we have the time?
You spent 2 minutes in combat, a minute waiting for Stone Soup to come back.
Okay.
Do you have the time?
Even, even if it did throw off the time, we just have to restart the long rest. Oh no, we're getting up like maybe an hour or two later.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not the
All
biggest
right.
deal.
All
Yeah.
right. All right. Then I'm gonna cast Tiny Hut again. Yeah.
Okay. You guys resume your rest. I'm sorry, I lost track of who's on second watch.
Before we do this, can I get Ipfan to remove Curse Me?
Yes,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
what I was about to
Please
say
do.
that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Isn't that a third level spell?
Yep.
Yes, it
I
is.
did a thing. What was it
He
called?
had to
He
third
used
level
his
spell
class
slot for
ability to
Channel
get a
Divinity.
spell slot back.
Yep.
He channeled the divine to become more spelly.
Yep.
But anyway, Heat would be on second watch.
Yep, and now I'm back to full. In time for my watch.
All right. Who's on second watch?
Me.
All right. Well, Stone Soup, your watch is quiet. Nothing disturbs you guys. The third watch comes, and all remains quiet. And then the fourth watch, and nothing happens.
Ease.
Dawn comes. You guys have had a successful long rest.
Oh, thank God. Well, now we know what we're up against.
Yeah. Yeah. He's gonna keep coming. We're gonna have to go pay him a visit.
You needed this to know?
Well, no, Gilbert, what I meant is more so we know what level they're going to start us off at level 1. So now what level 2 is going to come is going to be tougher than that.
What are you talking about? We're like level 10 and 15.
They come by
I
the
know.
wanted level.
I know. I'm being a smartass.
Probably he'll send a.
He
low
lost the
level-
plot. It's okay.
No, I know what the plot is. I'm just being a smartass.
Problem is, how long is he gonna wait before he sends the next group?
Well, it's been a couple of days, so I would imagine a couple of days. By the time that the information that those guys didn't succeed gets back to them. But
See, that-
regardless, we should move along.
That's why you just have all your dudes on hand. Like, all right, send
I
in
mean,
wave
wouldn't
1.
they
Wave
know
1's not back in an
instantaneously?
hour. Send in wave 2.
I mean, wouldn't they know instantaneously once we killed the 2 demons? Wouldn't the demons return to hell and the guy that sent them?
Yeah, if you failed your boss and your boss was a devil, would you immediately go to him and say, well, I fucked up? No, you take your fucking time because you don't want the ass rape that comes with it.
I mean, personally, as an evil overlord, I'd want to encourage my henchmen to show up promptly, so I wouldn't constantly, beat the ever-loving crap out of them.
However, I would tell the
Evil
if I was the
overlord list.
boss-
Come on, man.
If I was the boss, I'd be smart enough to teleport them from where I gave them the command and have them return, if win or lose, to that same spot.
Look. We'll know that this fiend is
We'll know
out
when
of
the next group
good
comes
ideas
when the next
when
group
he turns
comes,
into
guys.
a snake.
Thinking about it does not affect anything.
Yeah, we're not thinking about it. We're joking about it. By the way, what's on the bodies?
What
I
bodies?
assume. Yep.
They dissipated into shadow.
Yep. I was about to say, I assume they've turned to ash or something, yeah?
Not even ash, shadow.
Not even ash, shadow.
Indeed.
There was no physical remains of any kind.
All right, let's go to Gale. Are we
Wait,
going to
is-
Gale or are we just going past Gale?
All right.
I'm just kind of curious. Is there still like a shadow on the ground there? Or are they just
No,
like gone?
there's nothing.
Okay.
God.
No physical evidence whatsoever that they were ever there.
So it's a high level demon that's after you, Freeman, right?
Yeah,
Just making sure I
devil.
understand.
Devil.
Oh, okay, that's different. Different plane.
Yeah, the devils run the hell in this world.
Different plane. Demons run one.
Devils run hell in regular D&D.
Yeah. Demons run the abyss.
All right. But you guys set off towards Gale, spending about a half day and entering the nice, quaint village set into the grasslands. The folk don't really pay you much mind, unless you choose to be disruptive.
Nope. Freeman will take the opportunity just to observe more and get more intel information on
Pigs.
infiltration.
These appear to be a group of pig farmers for the most part.
Ooh, bacon for breakfast. Well, let's move.
All right. Are you continuing on your path then north to continue your circle of Renan's Folly?
Yep.
All right. You set out on the road, and by nightfall, arriving at Asiana, the village there. While there isn't an inn in the small village, one of the farmers did have like a horse a couple of winters ago, but it died of old age, and he hasn't bought a new one yet, and so you're welcome to stay in the stables, which are clean. They, without a horse to mess them up, but it's at least dry and warm.
I'm not going to sleep in stables. I'm going to use my background feature.
Ooh.
What's that?
Rustic hospitality.
He's a
He
folk
directs you
hero.
to the stables.
Yeah, that is the stables.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, he's not asking for anything in return. He's just like, if you need a place to stay, the stables are warm and dry and clean.
Okay.
Like, I'm not sure what you were hoping to get out of that.
He was hoping to take his bed.
Ah, yes, the rustic hospitality. You sleep in the stables, I take your house.
Ugh.
That's rustic bandit hospitality.
But anyway, yeah, we
Yeah,
probably should set a watch and throw a hut
Which,
up.
which amendment is that? Is that the fourth?
Third.
Third, thank you.
Ah, yes, the king cannot quarter soldiers in your house.
Hmm.
Which is interesting, is because the modern take of that is that the government can in fact station troops in your house, but they have to compensate you for it.
Well, it says without compensation, I believe.
I can't remember the exact text. I know it's that thou shalt not quarter troops, but yeah.
Hmm.
Thou shall not.
We're talking about amendments under, not commandments.
Tonight for our Bible study, we'll be reading from the Second Amendment.
Yeah, no, it's no soldier shall in time of peace be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law.
There you go.
So what I'm hearing here is if I just never let the war end, I can quarter the soldiers wherever I want.
Only if
Yeah,
it's
pretty
prescribed by law.
Which, of course, I will have done as an aspiring tyrant.
I mean, considering the number of wartime measures that have become permanent measures, it's not that hard to do it.
No.
Actually, what's the general mood of the people that we've been passing by?
Kind of anticipating the coming winter. The harvest has come in. They're kind of just prepping to bunk down for the winter. Generally, the peasants in these villages, they don't seem overly surprised to see heavily armed individuals moving around the area. Perhaps their proximity to Renan's Folly kind of inoculated them to that.
Are there any guards?
You don't see any guards. Like this is a farming village. They are not really of any military significance. It's not even like a proper road. It was more like of a dirt cow trail you followed.
Ah, yes, there's a battalion of armed soldiery camping out on this one dude's lawn. His pig farms are strategically vital.
We can see if we can purchase a pig or two off of them.
That
Yeah,
you
there-
could.
Slaughter it up.
Would you like to?
Why we have rations?
Yeah, make rations and.
No, I'm saying why we have rations.
But this is.
We have like
It's
80 days worth
bacon,
of
Gilbert.
rations still.
Yeah, we've got like 80 days worth of rations, and slaughtering a pig and preparing its corpse takes time.
I mean,
Yeah, I think a large chunk of our rations are still like high quality monster meat. From
Yeah.
Also,
various
Mister,
things we've killed.
because of the rustic hospitality in the morning, he's going to feed you breakfast, which includes bacon.
Oh,
Mm.
I just wanted some bacon. Damn it.
Oh yeah. There's bacon and eggs and toast, and fresh squeezed pomegranate juice.
Whoa, where the fuck they get pomegranates up in here?
Swallows.
Well, I mean, Tomaway is a trading port, and it's only like 3 days' journey away.
Right. But what surprised me about this, think of the logistics involved there. Transporting a pomegranate from a usually more equatorial region
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this
up
is a temperate
here.
zone.
to a trade zone, and then it's making its way over to a pig farmer in
Yes.
bumfuck nowhere.
Hey, if you
Yes.
can go 3 towns over to buy some nice treats to, up your standard of living just a little bit, why not?
Uh-huh.
What I'm saying is that speaks to the trade routes they have. That is high efficiency trade right there.
Wizards, Lucina, wizards.
Well, the other thing is having access to fruit for the winter is not just a nice thing to have, it means you don't get scurvy.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, where the fuck are the wizards?
It is a matter of public health. Certain northern reaches, like the Empire of Revia, pay wizards to teleport citrus fruits to stockpile so that their populace don't get unhealthy when they're basically relying on purely salted pork for 6 months.
Mm.
Scurvy is a known issue.
I absolutely love that they actually do that. This is amazing. I have grown to love this country even more. Dour, plain people, not highly prone to socializing, solid understanding of logistics.
Yeah,
Oh,
just
by the way, while we are here, I would like to go see if there is any blacksmith or just people who sell like armor.
there is no armor smith in town. They have a blacksmith, but he's a farrier. He basically specializes in making things like horseshoes. Around town, he can make things like the occasional chain and nails and stuff like that. But he's not an armor smith.
Understood.
Generally, those are going to be in the larger cities. Small villages like this are unlikely to have weapon and armor smiths.
Right.
But yeah, morning comes, another long rest. What do you guys do?
How far out from the inn are we?
So the inn in Kotiala is about 6 hours distant from here. You'd be going over land. No, there's no trail, but you know the general way. Renan's Folly acts as a really easy navigational marker.
Do we want to go over how we plan on making contact? In the event that he's not. My God, you don't know. I am being overly suspicious. We should just go meet him.
Assuming he is there, we might have to wait a few days.
He's probably
Well, we got a couple of days of travel, most likely over open. How many days is it going to take us to cross with no road?
6 hours.
Actually, what
6
he's
hours?
probably doing is he has.
Then throw it. I was assuming it was longer, so throw a sending to him and see where he is. We have his name. We can send to him.
What I imagine he's doing is he's going to be watching for us to come into town, and he'll know when we get there. given that this dude is like a spy agent type guy.
We should definitely be going into the town single file to hide our numbers.
Hmm.
Also, seriously, way to go! You've taken me from being highly distrusting of this country to completely trusting its populace.
Yep, the pomegranate juice always works. Okay, so you guys just marching over to Kotiala? Or what?
Sure, why not? I mean,
Yeah. I mean,
we're trying to get to
Ascending?
where
shoot him ascending, mister. You ready?
Okay, what am I selling? What am I telling him?
Ruffles. What do you want to tell him?
What do you want to tell him? What else?
I mean, pretty straightforward. You just, sending him a message. Hey, we received your letter, and we're nearby. If you're available for a meet, end of day or tomorrow would be great. See what he says back.
Fair enough.
yes, that. That's what I say.
Okay. Stein, you do get a response, and it says, I know where you are. I will meet you at the inn in Kotiala.
I don't like that.
Back in the tube. Lucina hasn't gotten rid of it.
He says he knows where we are, and he'll meet us at the thing. He knows
Told
where
her.
we are.
Well, he's met us, so. Well, I don't know.
His cigar tube.
It could also
And he
just
had
be
the little
like,
droid meet us outside when we came out of the thing.
I think this guy just has informants. Eyes
Yeah.
on the road.
it could also be he's just saying it for the purposes of saying it.
Yeah,
I have a bad feeling. But then again, I always have a bad feeling. So whatever.
Yeah, so do I. So do I. And frankly, something we need to come to terms with in the back of our player lizard brains is that not every NPC is a monster out to kill us.
No, not everyone, but I mean, he's done some pretty powerful things already.
What?
Unless
We
he's
kill-
using some kind of location to find us. Is there a spell that does that?
well,
We
were the-
covered the scrying thing last time. It doesn't work how we thought it worked.
Yeah,
Let's just go say hi.
I think he's just very well informed. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay. He may be just well informed.
Additionally,
I'm
a
still
great
not-
way to unnerve your enemies is to just constantly imply that you've always known and that nothing they do is actually beyond your sight, even if it is.
All right. Well, you guys marched these 6 hours over grassy fields and pigsties, entering the hills to the north of Renan's Folly. The village of Kotiala comes into sight, along with the boarded-up inn where you had previously met the spy master. You can see that the back door, the boards have been removed, though the door itself is shut. There are boards over the other windows and the front door. The townsfolk seem to be moving around as if nothing is amiss. The sun low in the sky, but it's not yet twilight.
And you said the door is boarded up.
The front door is boarded up, as are the windows. The back door, however, there are no boards. The door is simply closed.
Alrighty. Light cantrip, I walk in.
Alright. Yeah, you walk in. The light cantrip casts shadows sharply on the walls and the floor. And there, in this stereotypical back corner, it looks like he moved the table specifically so he could sit there, smoking a cigar, is Mustafa. And when you see him, he breaks out in a bit of a smile, takes a cigar out of his face, and says, "Ah, welcome, my friends, welcome. I'm so glad you decided to take me up on this little invitation. So glad we have a chance to clear the air, as it were."
And then he blows a little smoke.
Yes, he does.
Insight check.
Sure, make an insight check. He does seem genuinely happy to see you. Like he's really happy that you walked in without any weapons drawn. That's what I mean. Like this, like you appeared to be at least approached as possibly a peaceful meeting.
I pull out the little robot.
The cigar tube, you mean?
Yes.
Ah, yes.
They have little arms and legs, didn't you say?
Well, yeah, but not anymore. Those were only while it was
Ah,
active. It's
okay,
now
okay.
just a cigar tube.
He's using Tiny Servant.
Yes, he was. He was using a modified form of Tiny Servant that last couple of days, and it ran out.
Tiny indentured servant.
I place the tube on the table. Are there chairs nearby?
He does, in fact, have some chairs at this table that on your side that you could sit at, across from him.
All right. Lucina will take a seat.
I'm glad that my little peace offering was able to reach you. It was a bit touch and go there that whatever you were doing in Renan's Folly prevented it from finding you for quite a while.
It was a rather treacherous volcano.
Yeah, after all the attention we aroused, we had to go underground for a while.
Fair enough, fair enough. I can easily see how you would come to that conclusion.
I mean, we killed, what, like a dozen people?
No, that was somebody else, some other terrorists that are currently trying to make a break for it on the west side of the Empire. You, my friends, are merely some adventurers who have come to visit our fine country.
It is a really nice country.
Unfortunately, the same can't be said for its government. So what say you? Will you help me kill the Emperor?
Ironically enough.
Of course not, I say, smiling at him.
Under.
Mhm.
Just to be entirely certain. This emperor would, in fact, kind of fall afoul of what the society is kind of all about.
Yeah. The only reason that he hasn't been quote unquote dealt with is because, believe it or not, the Ribbon is not like infinitely powerful, and he is pretty damn strong here. So outside of somebody like a powerful assassin team like you guys, he's pretty well insulated from attack.
In that case, Lucina will simply respond with a very knowing, "I can't say."
Of course, of course. I understand your reticence. After all, you don't exactly want to go around screaming death to the Emperor. That being said, however, I think you will find that should you present yourselves in Kaket, that my secretary would be more than happy to give you a tour of the training facilities and such that we use, the barracks, the guardhouses, things of that nature. While obviously you won't be allowed access to the Imperial residence, you will be close by and able to see the outside. It is quite a sight.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
we'd love to have a look at it.
Indeed. As for Renan's Folly, I am curious. While I have dispatched a team there to excavate, really I couldn't do anything but that, given your rather public display of what was going on there. I am curious as to what you found inside.
Friedman will produce a single silver coin and flip it to him.
I see. An interesting coin, of no make that I recognize.
Same.
I would describe it as dangers and horrors beyond anything any wizard I have ever known could concoct.
But are they contained? Is there a risk that to the surrounding countryside of these creatures running forth out of Renan's folly and turning it into Renan's horror?
If it stays buried, it should be fine.
I would say the risk is very minimal at most.
Good, good. He seems to be smiling at that.
Yeah, if you have a team up there, you might want to tell them to stop digging. We estimate they're probably getting pretty close to the entrance by now. They've been digging, what, 5 days?
Oh.
6?
No.
If your concern is for the safety of the surrounding area, the safest thing you can do is leave it undisturbed. Bury it
Rebury it.
further if you can.
Well, I will certainly take that under advisement.
There are things in there that do not need to see the light of day.
Is that related to the mess involving your friend here with Freeman?
Well, that's a different
Yeah.
mess.
Well,
I mean, it was an indirect result
Direct-
of that
it
mess.
was a direct cause.
the need for potent resurrection magics, yes, very much related to that.
However, the other mess I'm sure you might know about, that was my own doing.
Well, these things happen.
Well, you go poking around at devils, they get mad.
Mm-hmm. And so long as innocent civilians and whole villages aren't being displaced or annihilated by these actions, you will find that, quite frankly, we don't give a damn.
Excellent. Keep the collateral to a minimum.
Quite. After all, if the Emperor is to be replaced with a more fair and altruistic, leader, it wouldn't do to show up and be like, yes, we authorized the deaths of all these civilians and didn't punish anybody for it, just like the old guy.
Speaking of replacement, do you have any candidates in mind for the day that that does happen?
Yes. The Emperor has a son who has...
Elven, mostly.
Yes. Unfortunately, the son is... there's been assassination plots against him since the day he was born, and as such has been ensconced within our... a secret training facility, not in Kaket. And there, away from his father's influence, though unknowing of his father, we have been training him in the arts of good governance and even-handedness.
Oh, they've been doing some Romance of the Three Kingdoms shit.
Yep, that was my next question. Is he in good tutelage?
Okay,
The best tutelage that we could arrange.
Thunder.
Mm-hmm.
I got an insight check.
Sure.
Gotta say, I've been watching a lot of TNG recently, and every
Son of
time
a
Gilbert
tutor.
calls for an insight check, I hear, like, Consul Troy. He seems genuine, sir.
You got no idea.
Wait, actually, hold on that.
His emotions are just completely stable, and I can't get a read on them.
One moment.
I'll be doing my
I
own insight
expend
too.
a sorcery point, magical guidance.
I know
I
nothing.
reroll.
Okay.
That's right, you can't keep me down.
You
Freeman
cannot
and Lucina
tell.
won no shit. Oh, really? Interesting.
22 is insufficient.
I bet you I can outlie him, though.
Insufficient to get a read on what
Yeah.
he's saying?
Could be telling the truth. He could not be. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Okay. Insufficient caught me off guard because that's not the usual language you use.
Be more like
Ah.
inconclusive.
Sorry, I was a little bit more explicit about the game aspect of it. Yeah, no, he you just can't really tell. Like he's obviously a very experienced political and spy type person, and yeah, you just don't get a feel one way or the other in terms of this Emperor's Kid. One thing you can tell is he definitely feels that the son being younger is easier to control because of his tutelage and the like. They've been able to exert greater control over him.
Yeah, but then this is out of character, not in character. Then it becomes a game of replace the king with a pawn, and that's the other question that we'll need to figure out as we go.
Well then, fortunately, the Emperor is rather reclusive. You understand, given all the threats to his life. And there's no immediate need to rush on our account if there are other things you wish to do or see while you are here in Evrevia.
How old is he?
The Emperor?
The Emperor-to-be.
Ah, the Emperor-to-be is 10 years old.
Might be prudent to wait.
Yeah,
if we can
let him
afford
get
to.
some real. Yeah, we'll get some real shoes underneath him.
Well, the other thing is a child emperor is very. It's not a stable political situation.
No.
The army will stand behind him.
You turn into a Viscount control game.
It does and it doesn't. The problem is, if we wait much longer, his father will eventually insist on him joining him at the capital to begin learning the art of his leadership.
Okay.
And thus, it must occur sometime soon, but we can't afford to wait till his majority.
Maybe some kind of interim solution could be accomplished.
Oh. A year or two at most.
Such as?
Some other way to. Well, I suppose if you wanted to kill the king, you would have to replace him with the son, but then the son would be too young to take the throne for himself. So some kind of viceroy or advisor would have to be placed over him to make all of the real decisions.
So that is where it comes into a matter of Evrevian law. And Evrevian law does not give any consideration as to the monarch's age. He will be the emperor in full title.
If it passes to the child immediately, there's no women can't inherit, and there's no queen.
It goes to the oldest child. It just happens to be a son in this case. There could be an empress. The law doesn't give a damn.
Is there an empress?
No, it's currently an emperor. He has his eldest is a son.
Pete, are you referring to like the spouse of the emperor, who would be the what's that typically called?
The emperor consort.
Yeah.
No, typically they would not be. They're typically retained as a counselor and the like, especially given the familial ties to the new emperor. But politically, they wield no real power. And will be easy to sideline.
Well, what happened to this one? Death?
Assassination, unfortunately. Poison. Believed to be an attempt on the emperor, but she drank first.
So back to in a year or two at most.
At most, yes. If you're worried about Evrevian political stability, you need not. I am not doing this alone. And there are high-placed people who understand that this is going to happen and are ready to step in and back the new emperor as soon as he takes the title. And while yes, we will provide guidance and instructions still to the young emperor to be, he isn't exactly going to be just a puppet. He will be able to countermand us, and we're not completely in control of the entirety of the upper echelons of government, so it's not as if you need to worry about us taking control.
Right, well, I expect your ultimate solution to this whole problem is simply to mold the young emperor into a proper and fit ruler and simply allow him to do his job.
That is the intent, yes.
That's what they've been doing. He's being schooled away from the Emperor, so it's to their benefit that the kid takes over soon.
Right.
Because any longer, and the Emperor will get the kid to be around him more and manipulate and turn him to be another equivalent of himself.
Yeah, then they'll have to make a move on the Emperor soon, but then after that they'll have a very unstable political situation to endure. Until the
It
Emperor
doesn't
comes
sound
of
like
age.
it's going to be too unstable.
Yeah.
It sounds
seems
like he's got a
they're
lot of
prepared
high
for it.
rank. It'll be a coup, but
Yeah.
it won't. It'll be
We
close
don't
to a
have to worry
bloodless
about
coup.
civil war.
Yeah,
Yeah,
shit like this
it
is how
would
you
be
end up
close
with
to
a
a bloodless
shogunate, is
coup.
all I'm saying.
Yeah, we're not worrying about it like the
Well, that's
Chinese emperor situation.
no.
With
That's where I
4-year-olds
come in.
becoming
If
emperors.
any of the military officials and high up command were to decide that perhaps they would be a better ruler than a 10-year-old emperor, they would suddenly find themselves lacking required life functions.
Hmm.
You
Well,
know,
it seems like you're very prepared to move through with this whole plan.
We are
They just need
taking
the
out
first
the
domino.
the first domino is the hardest to fall. Taking out the emperor. I can get you close, but those last traversals will have to be on your own.
Hmm.
Well, in that case, I only have.
And I
one
know you have no
thing.
particular love of Revia or its people, you lot being primarily from Lushingworth, are you not?
Yeah, primarily.
problem.
Warner.
Yes, but you are being promised titles and lands in the Duchy of Bay for... Do I have this right? Causing a ruckus and disruption to the Emperor of Evrevia?
That sounds about right.
Indeed, Evrevia, not Evrevia. Lushingworth took exception to some
Yeah.
changelings.
Speaking of, you have any idea how those guys ended up in Lushingworth?
More irresponsible foreign policy by the much derided Emperor, I assume.
I always wondered why they cared so much to go through so much trouble with the changelings in Erevria. Seemed like a lot of overkill.
I'm afraid that was between the Emperor and his head. He literally does air quotes. Diplomat. I was not privy
so it
to
was
it.
It was a diplomatic
Insight
tactic,
check.
not. Yeah.
Sure, make an insight check. You have a feeling he knows more than he's letting on, but he wasn't in the
Well,
room.
naturally.
He's an outright lying.
So I do have a question here.
Mhm.
That's an ability check, yeah?
Yeah.
Did it count as a failure?
Sure.
Cool. I can spend a point to reroll.
Are you?
Yes.
Also, Freeman, don't you still have a level of exhaustion?
Oh yeah, I do. So I'd be rolling at disadvantage, so it doesn't
Yeah.
even matter.
All right.
Melts a
Well,
little
I mean,
extra.
Lucina, you're pretty sure he knows the contents of those conversations. He just wasn't present, so he isn't outright lying, but he's implying differently. Suffice it to say that Diplomat has not planned on being present in the new regime.
Couldn't imagine his usefulness extending very far into it. But if this is successful, it will change the world over.
I will be happy if it simply makes things better here in Evrevia.
I am rather curious. What do you see as the problems here in Evrevia? What needs changing compared to what the Emperor has done?
Well, you mean besides the random abductions of people? The whole families that have disappeared?
Bit of tyranny going on, I think.
Indeed. Also, the actions of our Emperor have isolated us from our erstwhile allies. And as a result, we stand alone. Should the Dragon Throne decide to gird their loins and attack, we might very well fail to repel them, given the lack of allies to call in to draw their forces elsewhere.
Like I said, if the plot is successful, it'll change the world
Random.
over.
Well, I think I figured out where those figure out what happened to those guys.
Which guys?
The people we had rescued from the changelings in the basement who are being kept in the hold of the ship. The Ivrevians. You know, just
Yeah.
abduct some random farmers, use them as fodder for the changeling stuff. That would explain that.
Well, yeah, we knew that.
Yes, but this explains the other end of it more officially.
Yeah.
It
It explains the source side, not the end side.
Exactly. It confirms both ends of the pipe.
Well, then I think we should come back in a little while. The only thing that I have to ask of you is to, as best you can, give me a blueprint of the palisade. I don't need to visit it. I just need a map.
That can be arranged. It will take some time, however. Certain factions keep eyes on things like that, but I'm sure we can get it to you.
All right.
Oh,
Well,
one other thing.
Mhm.
Should you find yourselves in Kaket and about to be arrested, there is no need to resist. I guarantee it. I give you my personal assurance. You will come to no lasting harm.
well, considering what your dagger did, I understood that after I woke up.
Well, now that we're
Insight check.
aware of that, we'll be more agreeable.
Quiet. And go ahead, Lucina.
Council of
The
Troy.
fuck is? Where's the map? There's the map.
So,
Yeah,
Lucina,
opening browser.
you get a sense that he was a little annoyed by that, but that he earnestly will, he's being earnest about the whole, I won't let anything, untoward happen to you if you just consent to being arrested should it happen.
He's a little annoyed by what?
The fact that the whole
fact
ploy
that he
kind of
resisted.
fell apart and you murdered some people that he, would have preferred not to be murdered.
The fact that we resisted, he's annoyed by that.
Yeah,
Nothing
slightly.
a schemer hates more than a scheme failing because he was too subtle.
Exactly.
Yep, and that's what I was gonna say. Is like, well, if I had a moment to speak, it probably would have went differently. However, that is one hell of a dagger.
Indeed. It is
Lucina
a
will apologize for
family
her
error.
parts in that.
Well, your apology is
Well-
accepted.
Likewise. Well, if you can possibly, we will set up a safe house somewhere in Tamway. I'm sure you'll see where it is. And if need be, we'll wait there for, well, let's say a week, so that you can get that blueprint to us, and then we'll have our ship take us elsewhere. Resupply, get ready for everything that we need, and we do have the capability of sending in your name to actually be able to send to you, so we can communicate that way.
Actually, would it be useful to have any of those people we killed brought back?
Which people?
The
The guards?
people from the last incident.
It was
If
already
any of
taken care of.
I was going to say it would be rather unfortunate if we
gonna say.
accidentally robbed you of useful assets.
My annoyance was more about the fact that the ploy fell apart than the fact that you killed some people. As you very clearly are aware, people can be brought back. Ploys, however, once damaged and destroyed, are not so easily repaired.
as is trust,
Hence this meeting.
which we greatly appreciate.
As do I.
I'm assuming our first encounter in this inn, you were not in as kosher of company, hence your lack of information.
Indeed, and while my assets have great in terms of intelligence gathering, they still do not know what is in people's minds and hearts, and thus that had to be felt out more manually. Regardless, though, we are quite beyond that stage of our relationship.
Indeed. Well, like I said, we'll go to Tamway and wait for a week. I'm sure you'll find us, and then we'll board our ship and come back. And I'd be, I don't know, Haviat, week there, back, year or just shy of a year, and we will execute this plan that I'll figure out.
Very well, then. I shall wait your word in Cacket.
I might be able to
Excellent.
accelerate the journey.
Oh, you make the wind go whoosh.
Control wins, yeah.
I mean, that would be beneficial. It would increase our speed. So we'll still say well, we know it's 90 days. So we'll still say 180 days. We'll just eat out the week or two of downtime. Plus, remember, we're gonna still have to deal with the fucking devils onslaughting us.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll allow us to factor in the wind always being in our favor with the fact that things will very clearly not be in our favor at some point.
But regardless, and Freeman pulls out a signet ring and hands it to him. This is my father's. Hang on to it for me, all right?
As you wish. He puts it into his pocket.
Changelings.
I
That's all
understand your
Freeman says,
concern.
and then he gets up.
And I wish you all a good day. As he just kind of leans back and continues smoking his cigar. You guys are filing out?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We'll wish Mustafa a nice day, and we'll see him in a while.
Ooh, say it again.
Mustafa.
Ooh, say it again.
Mustafa.
And as you guys step out of the bar, I think that is where we will call it for the evening.
Mm.